Right, let's see if our sound and whatnot's working okay, and if it is, we're good to go. Right, let's see if our sound and whatnot's working okay, and if it is, we're good to go. Sounds alright, so, with that in mind, hello anyone who's going to be turning up / tunes into this later on, whatever. Initially, very happy Easter to everybody, whether you celebrate it or not. Hope you enjoy. And I am going to be trying, we'll see how successful I am, to take advantage of the ×5 experience for the first win of the day shenanigans that is going on for this weekend. We'll see how well that pans out. Also, no, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, I'm going to start off playing solo. I might do some platoons later on. We shall see how it goes. Again, if people have tank requests, you are all welcome to ask, and I'll try and play either it or something similar. But I'm going to try and focus on getting those ×5s. And we'll see how it goes. Hello, Baldric, Bogdan, and James. Good to see you all. YouTube Mobile isn't showing you the stream. Ho-hum. I must admit, my YouTube Mobile is buggy as all hell, so I don't know. I don't know, is the short version. Seems to be displaying for me okay, but that's not on mobile, so I don't know if that is part of the problem. Haven't got a clue, I'm afraid. Happy Easter, GKT. Hi, Baker. I can get to the stream where you put the reminder. Okay, so if you... but nothing and no one is there. Baldric, if you just go to my channel and go on the live streaming option, my stream events seem to be bugged as all hell, so I haven't been using... I've just been using the events bit to notify people there'll be something coming up, so it's just you're in the wrong place. If you go to my main channel and it should say that I'm streaming live now or something, go there and you should get the stream. Just for those people who don't know, I usually check chat in between battles, so if I don't respond to questions while playing, that's why, because I'm a stereotypical bloke. I can only do one thing at a time. I can't read people's questions and answer them and play tanks at the same time. One could argue I can barely do one of those at any given time, but we'll see how this goes. Kicking off with the Jagdpanther, because I've still got a little bit of the grind left on this. Unlocked the Ferdinand, haven't unlocked the Jagdpanther II yet, so I thought we'd kick proceedings off with Das Machine. This is the German Tier 7 TD. Whee! It's a giant machine. So although it's a TD, its camouflage rating leaves a bit to be desired because it's the size of Switzerland. And I don't run a camo net on this because I've found that you can actually have some success up close and personal, and as a result I run vents on my Jagdpanther. Because the camo rating's kind of naff anyway, well, at least by TD standards. Come on, T-32, are you going to go round the side of Castle von Himmelsdorf so that I can shoot you in the side? Ah, god damn it, I got spotted. That makes me a sad panda. This could be a very short game at this rate. Who spotted me? Well, that Cromwell, who's just YOLOing down the middle of the map, clearly won't help. Right. Oh, okay, Cromwell's there. No one went Banana Alley, so the IS-3's broken through. This is not getting off to a particularly good start. I've been spotted again. I don't want to be shot up the bum-bum. See if I can do something about this. Cromwell is down. Don't want to take the IS-3 on head on. We've got the SU and a Hell Kitty over here. And if that Skoda hadn't got in the way, the Hell Kitty would now be dead. Yay, teammates! I actually had a pretty good day of the game, or the games I played yesterday. I didn't play all day or anything, but I played some games. Had a pretty good run of it. I don't know what my win rate was, but it was fairly decent. And actually managed 3.1k WN8 for the session, which was more by luck than judgment. Oh, for goodness sake, there's an S-tank down the end there. This is going to be a terrible game, isn't it? But it's okay, because it looks like today is going to make up for it, and at this rate we're going to be back to useless teams, or teams that are not great, dodgy maps, dodgy matchmaking, and all the rest of it. There is the aforementioned S-tank. Oh. No, that worked out. I did manage to shoot the A4. I didn't even know the T-44 was going to pop out, but whatever. If the IS-3 is going to go for a pilot or something, I might be able to pew-pew him in the side. Well, okay. Don't really want to get shot by that Sparpanzer again. If he's using the autoloader, he's only got 1 round left in the mag, but that's still enough to ruin my day, so... And because I don't want to pop out too much, because then it's really difficult for me to get back into cover. Damn it. Which means it's quite difficult for me to poke out and help out that E-25, which means this whole thing is a little bit muffed up. Sparpanzer appears to be backing off. There we go. We can at least take the IS out. Back off. Super Pershing. Someone might blunder around that corner. Oh. Never mind. I saw him on the minimap, but there wasn't really much I could do about it at that point. I get killed by the Spice Panzer. No! Damn you. And he was firing heat. For some reason. I assume because he just looked at it and went, city map. Nope. Despite the fact that that's the best matchmaking he gets. But whatever. Never mind. Horrible, horrible game. It's not a particularly good map for the Jagdpanther. Oh dear. And not a particularly good team, but there we go. C'est la vie. Bogdan, I have a question. What tank do you recommend for beginners? What sort of tier are you talking about? I mean, a pretty common recommendation is to try out the Soviet heavy tank line, the one that culminates in the IS-7, but it really depends what you're looking for. Yeah, and how you want to play and things like that. You kind of like the medium tanks, in which case the American mediums are pretty comfortable. So that's not too bad. Currently on your way, and it's a 2-hour drive. There, you've got a 2-hour drive ahead of you. Hopefully you're not watching this and driving at the same time. Yeah, I'm not endorsing streaming and driving. You've played the Chinese mediums till tier 5 and the Russians till tier 4. I find a lot of the Russian medium line rather mediocre so far. The Americans is my recommendation. I think they're pretty comfortable to play, fairly good all-rounders. The Chinese can be a bit more... what's the word I'm looking for? Specialised. You mostly played artillery and want to try your luck out with meds. Yeah, so Americans would be my recommendation. The tier 10, for some... I find the tier 10 just a little bit underwhelming, but... yeah, medium, the Americans. Why doesn't the stream start on the reminder page? Because I don't know, whenever the live events on my YouTube page seem to be balked, basically. Go figure. The M3 Lee, okay, the M3 Lee is generally considered a little bit of a turd in the line. I might platoon a little bit later, just to let people know. It plays a bit more like a tank destroyer than a medium in many ways. And whilst it's often not considered a very good tank, actually, if you go back and play it after you've got a few games under your belt, it's actually pretty... it's not too bad. Has really nice DPM. But you get a turd on any line. Chinese mediums are highly specialised, close-range brawlers with derpy guns. The British mediums... Oh, and they also have module problems, you know, fires and things like that. The British mediums tend to be rather large and lacking in the armour department. The French mediums, there isn't properly a French medium tank line. You unlock the French mediums by playing the lights, and again, highly specialised with autoloaders, or You got the single shotguns that are a bit more generic on the AMX-30, but that's only when you get to very high tiers, you know. Russian mediums are either highly specialised on one line, or really, in my opinion, kind of underwhelming so far on the other line. So yeah. Japanese, not bad, but big. Not much in the way of armour. When you get to higher tiers, they play like the Americans anyway. Germans are quite good, but again, they're big. More sort of snipers, so hence, yeah. Even though it's got the M3 Lee on the line, I recommend the Americans. Also, if you go down the American line, you can also unlock the T1 Heavy, so you unlock the American Heavies. Why am I doing this? I'm in a Jagdpanther in a Tier 9 game. Oh god, I really haven't been paying attention to what's going on. God damn it. This is why I shouldn't try and answer questions and play. You can unlock the American Heavy tank line as well, which is also pretty nice. So, yeah. Hello, Bulldog, you'll soon change. Eat 105 mil pain. Mwahahaha. I feel so powerful. That's a lie. This is a tier 9 match. I don't feel so powerful at all. Light tanks have all derped out though, so go figure. That's it. Back off a little bit more, T71. This is slightly concerning. Right. They've all been distracted by the light tanks. I need to back off, because if I get spotted by an ML2, I am whole kinds of dead. Screw it. Let's go and camp like a campy thing. That finished really lamely. Let's go and camp like Charles Autry. There we go. Although that actually is probably a bit of a dated reference that I imagine most people watching this aren't going to get. Whoops. Okay, yeah. Charles Autry, for those who are not aware, was now an actor in sort of the 1960s, a British actor. He had quite camp mannerisms. Ditto for Kenneth Williams, who's another one, perhaps slightly more well known. And so, hence the reference. But a slightly dated reference that I'm now labouring by trying to explain it. Oh, it all went horribly wrong. Hello, Mr. Leopard. How are you today? You have terrible armour. 200 pen is more than enough to wreck you. Now you just need to go back a little bit so I can shoot you again. Ooh. God damn it. Blocking the way. I want to be a little bit careful here, because if I edge too far forward, I'm going to get spotted, and that's going to be bad. But this E50 is tracked, and it would be rude not to take hilarious advantage. Oh, I finger twitched. God damn it. Yeah, an itchy trigger finger combined with a rather dodgy mouse. And this is why I ran away from that spot, because it's all going horrendously wrong for me. See, that was just terrible. My hand twitched at the last minute. Oh, well, never mind. Can I nail this guy in the side of the turret? No, because he's decided to turn to look at me. Don't look at me. I'm sweet and innocent and wouldn't hurt a fly. There are light tanks down there. I'm probably going to get spotted and killed. Yeah, unless it's a blue bottle, those things can just die in a fire. Oh, no. Yep. E50 nails me. That makes me a sad panda. God damn it. Can I do something about this Type 61? Oh, someone else did. MT25. No! Senor McPoopy Face. Oh, what was that? I bounced off the MT25 with his OP armour. And now I'm getting patterned, and it's all just going horrendously wrong. But the scoreline is 9-7. So... And the pattern's spamming APCR, because of course he is. Great. E50M and an ML2. I've no idea if they're going to come up and try and shank me, is the problem. Let's assume that they're sensible and going to go back and defend base. And the reason I'm assuming that is because if instead I prepare for a damn good shanking, the problem is I can't actually kill them in a shank situation. You know, they will kill me. And I don't really want to drive across... I need to make my bed and lie in it, really, don't I? Ah, well. I shall continue to be indecisive. Please not a surprise rogering, please not a surprise rogering, please not a surprise rogering. No, don't say that. Again, for anyone who hasn't seen this before, Loki is in the background giving me her sarcastic remark. Sarcastic? Oh, words. My old nemesis. Sarcastic. That was somewhere between Socratic and I don't even know what. Screw this. Okay, boredom... yeah, they've gone back. Okay, boredom has prevailed. And this is an assault match after all. Bottom tier tank destroyer! Charge! That's a wreck. God damn it. Damn you, AMX 5120. Why you die in such an awkward place? Great. Ooh, Emil. Can I shoot the Emil in the side? Hello, Mr. Emil. Ooh, I might, if I'm a very good boy. Nah, don't have the angle for it. Come on, guys, be awesome. I'm coming around. I can save the day, I promise. Oh. They're already shooting at me. What is this? It's like this is a game with guns or something. That was a terrible idea because he has got turret armor since they buffed the Korean pattern. And where the hell did that shot go? And now the team are dying. This is... Oh, no, 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 dear. I think he wants me. I think he wants my bad romance. Yep, and he's probably going to reload before I do, which means I'm whole cans of screwed. Yeah. Oh, that's a shame, and now my team's actually going to lose. Never mind. The M4 derp is fun. I'll tell you what, I'll play the M4 derp just to illustrate the point. Bear in mind my M4 derp has a terrible crew. Do I have a Ferdinand? Please play it and prove to me it's worth its hideous grind. I don't have a Ferdinand, I'm sorry. Jagdpanther's the closest I could do. It's just a tank on that line. I've unlocked the Ferdinand, but I haven't bought it or put a crew into it yet. And you old folks remember Charles Autry. Woohoo! So British meds are like matchsticks. They go through a bit of a transition. You've got the... So they start off as light tanks up to tier 5. Next patch, the Crusaders becoming a medium tank though. So sorry, they start off as light tanks up to tier 4. Which actually have the mobility more like medium tanks. They kind of behave like medium tanks but a low tier. Then you get to tier 5 and you have the Crusader, which behaves like a medium tank and as of next patch will be a medium tank. The Cromwell at tier 6 is a bit of an odd beastie. It's more like a light tank on steroids. And then you have the Comet at tier 7. And then you've got the Centurions at tier 8 and above, and they are massive without... I mean, they have armour in places, but they tend to suffer from ammo rack problems. The British tanks are... The higher tier British tanks, they're a bit like their American counterparts, but a bit more specialised, I guess. Low alpha damage, pew-pew guns. Yeah, I think Wolf pretty much sums it up. They're not a bad line. In fact, the British medium tank line is my favourite line in the game, but I wouldn't recommend them as an introduction to medium tanks. So that's why I recommend the Americans. Sorry, I think they're just they give you a bit of everything. They give you a bit of armor. They give you really good gun depression. The guns are okay, but not fantastic. The mobility is okay, but not fantastic. You know, they're not the best at anything, but they're pretty good all round. If you like the semi-sniper hybrids, you might enjoy the German line as well. Yeah, the armour on the American mediums is alright. The turret fronts, they're not impenetrable, but they're fairly decent. Yeah. Yeah, it was a loss. Well done to this Emil too. Right, I'll come back to the Jagdpanther. Let's try something a little bit different. Let's go for... what else do... well, actually, I said I'd play the M4 Sherman, didn't I? Now, caveats. This isn't even a 100% crew. Don't be fooled by these numbers. That's because I'm running vents. This is with the derp gun, and I don't run any heat ammo because I'm not a dirty scumbag. Also, the heat ammo for this is just not very good. So I just derp everything. You can also run this with the 76mm gun, but I like the 76mm gun about as much as I like skinning myself with a potato peeler. So, nah, I'm going to use the derp. I played the Jagdpanther in the last game, and it's kind of interesting. I kept the Jagdpanzer 4 because I find it fun. The Jagdpanther, I still find fun, but at tier 7, I find the lack of a turret really starts to niggle as a problem. So I don't think I'm going to keep it. In fact, I got a bit fed up grinding out the XP for the Jagdpanther 2, which is why I'm not kind of dedicated grinding it. I'm just doing it for the doubles here or there. And the enemy have all of the medium tanks. Okay, in which case, screw it. I'm just going to go to the town and try and dirt people in the face at point blank range. And see how that works out. So this is the tier 5 American medium, just for the sake of argument. This is the M4 Sherman. You've got a choice of two guns, two top guns. You've got a 76mm gun, or you've got this short little stubby 105mm howitzer. I've got it firing nothing but high explosive ammo. And those medium tanks are very quickly just going to rush down that flank because it seems none of our mediums have decided to go down there. So I'm just going to turn back now because I can see the way this is going. So with the 105mm howitzer, I've got 410 alpha damage, which for a tier 5 is frigging mental. However, you only have 53 penetration. So if you can penetrate targets, you've got 410 alpha damage, which will one-shot many tier 5s, many same tier tanks. If you can't penetrate your target, your shell will explode on them and do some damage. Which means this gun and this tank are still competitive even when bottom tier. You know, you can chip away at higher tier tanks, but you'll only be doing, like, say, 100 damage or 150 every 7.5 seconds. So bear that in mind. Hetzer down, Sherman 3 is just about to die because he's down there on his own. Rule number 1 of World of Tanks, don't go anywhere on your own. You will die. Same for any team-based PvP game. Any team-based game. It's team-based, so don't go anywhere alone. And I mean, sometimes you think, let's just get rid of that. We don't want that rubble getting in the way. Because these are HE shells. Unlike armor-piercing, they can't go through crap like that. Really, really long shell travel time, so I didn't want to take that shot, by the way. Cromwell has really poor armour. There's the British tier 6 medium, but I didn't quite manage to penetrate the guy on that occasion. Nah, didn't quite hit him. Scoreline is 2-4. It looks like our team may well be overwhelmed here. So after my run of good teams yesterday, it looks like I'm going to have a run of garbage teams today. Didn't get a direct hit, but looks like I might have tracked him in place. Let's take some more of that health away. I mean, this is a guy who's a higher tier than me. Nah. He's finally got on wires and put a shot into me, which is a bit sad. Panzer T25 coming up as well. A tank I actually find quite a lot of fun. Let's slightly reposition here. I think the Cromwell wants me. Mr. Chinukai, are you paying attention? It doesn't look like you are, and it looks like our team are just driving through the town with absolutely no regard for the bad things that can happen. Let's put one into the Cromwell. Another one into him. And I'm probably going to die at this point, to be honest. There we go. Yeah, and I just got overwhelmed because our team are just sitting in the town, not really going anywhere. They took our entire team that way, and then have just sat on their thumbs doing nothing, which is slightly worrying. But so tier 6 game, middle of the road matchmaking, not a particularly great game because I got overwhelmed completely. But even with the relatively inaccurate howitzer, I was able to put 648 damage down on a tank that was a higher tier than me, and only died when I got outnumbered by loss to 1. Had it not been for that, I could have killed the Cromwell. In that situation, you know, one-on-one engagement, I'd have killed the Cromwell because I was making use of cover more than he was, basically. Using my gun depression to try and just poke up over small ridge lines and hide as much of my tank as I could. So, yeah. So when I originally played the M4 Sherman, I used the 76mm gun on it, and I despised it. That's why I'm using the derp gun. I hated using that 76mm gun on the thing. So I find the tank more effective and more fun with the derp gun. And everyone likes occasionally one-shotting people. I haven't played the Czech line yet. I'm only at tier 2, so I don't know. Don't really know. That is when Heat might have killed the Cromwell. That's true. That is true. But screw it. It's situational. I don't care. See if we can actually pick up a win today in something. Let's mix it up a bit. Let's go for... We got a heavy tank to play. Yeah, of course we have. Let's go for the Conqueror. Let's go for a different nation again. So we've had some Germans. That was Americans. Let's go for the Brits. This is the British tier 9 heavy tank. It's like the KV2. The armor piercing on that on that gun certainly has its place, but I don't carry any because bouncing with a 20-second reload, no thanks. It would just make me tear my hair out. So I just load full HE and dirt people in the face because I find it funny. On my other account, with the Sherman 3, that's the British Sherman, still at tier 5. It's basically the same tank. I use the derp gun and firing nothing but high explosive. With a terrible crew, I managed 2 marks of excellence without much difficulty. Wasn't really even, I wasn't trying to get marks of excellence, but that's what I managed. So, we're on this map. There are 2 heavies on the enemy team. We're in a Conqueror. There's no artillery. Whoop whoop. All praise the mighty lack of artillery. That is good. I have no idea what I'm going to do, to be honest. I find this map a little bit... I never know what I'm doing on this map. Oh well. I don't really have... Let's go and give that IS-7 some support. Whee! So the Conqueror is a bad hull, and this is this is the same hull you were using on the Carnarvon at tier 8. But now that you've got less gun depression, you can use the upper front plate armor less, and basically the hull is trash. It's trash covering ammo racks. But you do get a decent turret in terms of armor, and you do get this 120mm gun, which is rather sweet. So this tank, it's a heavy tank, but it's all about the gun, and that's how it was designed. This thing was specifically designed to kill the IS-3. And then later on, the Brits found out the IS-3 wasn't quite as scary. Oh, Christ. Wasn't quite as scary as they had feared. And that fitting this thing with this 120mm gun was probably overkill. Alas, I take a hit from the RU and I don't manage to damage the guy in return, but there we go. And we are 2 tanks down already. Our lights, once again, have just done goofed. Is the IS-7 around there? There's an Object 263. There's the IS-7, but if he's the only guy here... I mean... Put one into his lower front plate. Go on, Mr. IS-7. You're bigger than I am. Go on. Then I'll poke it. Alright. Fired and flubbed. Ah, the Object 263 is going around for a bit of flanking action. He doesn't have gun depression, but in that... oh dear, that's a terrible position for us. I didn't even know he could use that. You can't have the gun depression there, surely. Yeah, you're in a terrible position, matey boy Ochum. Why are you out there in the middle of the road? There's a nice rock to hug and keep ourselves a bit more protected against the onrushing horde. Now, we have more heavy tanks, so we should actually be winning the engagement just here, but apparently our team's decided that's not what they'd like to do, which is a little bit sad. I was trying to go for the lower front plate on the object there, because if I could take him out, that would have been really valuable. Ah well, never mind. Helps if you don't hit the dirt, matey boy. Put one into the shoulder plate of the Ferdinand. This doesn't look like it's going to be... I don't know. Probably not going to be a particularly amazing game, but meh. We're just going to try and take this relatively easily. Now I'm not going to be able to go around there and put one in the lower plate of the IS-7. Certainly not without taking more damage in return. There's no point in me trading 400 for 490 from him. That's just not going to work out. And actually, at the moment, we can kind of hang tight a little bit, because at this rate... well... the Object 263 is actually moved around there, so it's just the IS-7 and the Ferdy. Nah, flubbed. Nice. IS-7. That's fine. Put one into the Ferdy though. I didn't have to expose myself much for that shot. Don't fuck it up. He fucked it up. Pardon my French. Put one into the lower front plate of the IS-7. And I reload relatively quickly, so if this guy's too incautious, he's gonna die. Ooh, and there's the Ferdy. You done goofed, mate. Oh, they're potentially flanking around. This has become a bit dicey. Ferdinand dead. Right, let's go and do something about these guys. Don't like the idea of a Centurion or a T-54 managing to flank behind me. That would be somewhat suboptimal. Dum dum dum. Yeah da da dum dum dum. Now, there's a house between myself and the T-54. Okay. What about Centurion? Goodbye. Now, there's a Jagdpanther and an Object 263 around there somewhere. Sorry, but I don't know where. I got a funny feeling about this. That object has a habit of relocating when he's not spotted. He's on low health. My spider sense is tingling. I don't know. I can take a shot from either the Jagdpanther or the object. Obviously I don't want to, but I can if I have to. Ooh, low roll, as if by magic. It's almost as if I saw that one coming. There we go, lower front plate on that guy is not particularly great. So there goes the object. And our T-44 tried to take on the Bulldog for some inexplicable reason, and now I'm going to get a rectal Jagdpanther if I'm not careful. Then again, if I try and go for the Jagdpanther, I'm probably going to get a rectal Bulldog. So... meh. To a certain extent, damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's also that S-tank who was last spotted up north. Don't really want to get shot by that guy. And the Bulldog just fell off and drowned. Sweet! Okay, let's try and take this Jagdpanther roughly from behind. And hopefully that WZ doesn't drive into our base and just cap this out. I mean, we got tanks like a Batchat. We should be fast enough to deal with it, so I'm not expecting that to be a massive likelihood, but it would be kind of sad. Let's go towards the enemy base. Hopefully not get ambushed by that Swedish tank destroyer. Trying to stay hull down wherever I can. Conqueror has ammo racks behind the frontal plate. The frontal plate is 120mm, but the angle isn't great on it. It worked on the Carnarvon where you could use your 10 degrees, oh there he is, 10 degrees of gun depression to angle it as much as you can, but the Conqueror only has 7 degrees with the top gun, and you do want to be using the top gun. You do not want to be using that ghastly 20... Well, no, the 20 pounder isn't ghastly, but you do not want to have 230 alpha damage at tier 9 on a tank with no armour. That's just not going to work out for you. The Batchat is going to chase that light tank down. Screw it. Board. Well, at least we had a bit of a fight over by the corner of failure, but seeing as there was no artillery, there wasn't much failure to be had. So, there we go. Sweet! We actually won! Oh my god, it was a victory! Who'd have thunk? You played the M4 with the Derp and the Sherman 3 with the 76 and got about the same stats. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Hey, first class mastery. Cool. Sweet. There we go. That was the Conqueror. All praise the mighty Conqueror. I really do like that tank. I'm probably going to keep it. I do like it indeed. And in the end, it was able to hold its own. And what? We were able to do a good amount of damage to and kill the IS-7, which is of course a tier 10 tank. Kill the Object 263, which is a tier 10 tank. We killed a Centurion, but that was a one-shot. And killed the entirety of a Ferdinand, which is a tier 8 tank. And at the end, we still had about half our health left, so that wasn't too bad overall. Can't really complain. That was the Conqueror. What else? So we've played... Let's jump in a light tank. There's 2 light tanks that I'm happy to accumulate XP on in time for the next patch, because the way the tech trees are working, we've got the AMX 1390, which is being bumped to tier 9. However, the XP that you've earned on your tier 8 light tanks is staying at tier 8. And so I've seen the proposed tech tree for the next patch, so I will be able to use what is then going to be the Batchat 12T to unlock the Batchat 25 TAP. I've already unlocked the AMX 30. And then there's the WZ132 that will be staying at tier 8. So I can accumulate XP on this for what will then be the tier 9 light tank. The WZ132A or something? I can't remember. Let's play the Batchat, not the Batchat, the AMX, and see what happens. Play a tier 10 TD. Alas, I don't own any. My tier 10s are the M48 Fatten, the Centurion Action X, and the Mouse. I can play a tier 9 TD, that's about as close as I can get. If you want me to, I can happily play the Object 704. Soviet tier 9 TD. Or I can play one of the 3 tier 10s I just mentioned. That'd be the closest I could get. Oh god, it's Tundra. Okay. So don't pay too much attention to how this tank performs. It's all going to change next patch anyway. But there's a couple of spots just for good measure. At the beginning of the game, there is 1 artillery on each side. Hey, there we go. Thank you, Artie. Or maybe that was a TD. Whoever it was. 788 assistance damage on the Type 4 Heavy. That's always nice to have right at the start. Whoa, I got spotted. Screw that. Not interested in getting shot at the moment. This map really doesn't... T-54 lightweight does not lend itself, in my opinion, particularly well to light tanks. So I'm basically just going to dither around for a bit and try and get some spotting and then kind of save it till the end of the game where I can put this 90mm autoloader, hopefully to good use, although this gun angers me endlessly. Although, having said that, if that Panther's just going to sit there... Okay, Skoda T50, that's a bit of an issue. Don't want to fire because I don't think that's a penetrating shot. The angle looks dodgy. This gun is decidedly derpy. When it hits, it's wonderful. But, like I said, decidedly derpy, and you have quite a long reload. Ugh. Nah, thought I'd go for that third shot. And we've got a spammer. They always get me killed because they fill my computer monitor has a slightly funky resolution. They fill my monitor with their garbage spam, and then I can't see where I'm going, and then I die. Alright, let's go and see if I can unload these 3 shots into anyone and then sod off. What's that? That'll do. I unloaded 2. I don't want to get greedy. This match is not looking particularly good, though. Although the AMX just died, which is something. Now, I can clip the Skoda T50 if he's not paying attention to what's going on, which would be quite funny. He can, of course, clip me, which is slightly problematic, but it depends if he's reloading or concentrating on someone else or what. I mean, he unloads his magazine far faster than I do, so I really need him to be either shooting at someone else or concentrating on someone else or to have spent his load. Speaking of which, he appears to not really be paying me any attention. There we go. Skoda T50 has been dealt with. I do not want to get T54 lightweighted. It's in a duel between those 2 tanks. I don't finish at the top. So that's something to bear in mind. Our team is still getting absolutely railroaded, which is a bit of a problem. There we go. If I go behind them, I'm just going to get wrecked by that AMX 5100. Nah, don't have the gun elevation for that position. Anyway, if anyone wants to poke out round there, not the T20. Never mind. Damn it. Kind of missed my opportunity. Didn't want to take that shot without actually paying any attention, because gun is so frigging derpy. And this sucks. This sucks massively. Let's just try and get this mag off before I die. I haven't got the gun depression for this, and I'm dead. There we go. Oh, God. Team, what was that? Never mind. Sylvie. Alright, I'll play the Object 704. Sure. Do I have the Tier 9 waffle thrower? No, I do not. The closest I can get on that line is the... Oh, dear. It's the Sturer Emil! Yay! I should probably start the grind on that, shouldn't I? That was thoroughly depressing. 4th on damage. In a light tank. Never a good sign. Oh dear, I mean, what is this? What is this? Never mind. Okay, because... I'm trying to come up with excuses now. Where's the Sturer Emil? There we go, there's the Sturer Emil with his derpy little stock gun. I have not started this grind at all. I could free XP the top gun. In fact, I could free XP the hell out of the top gun, the suspension and the engine. This, by the way, it's not experience that I've paid for, it's just what I've accumulated by playing the game. I tell you what, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can appease you, because it's a terrible tank anyway, by playing the Krupp-Steyr Waffenträger on the basis that whilst it's not the tier 9 waffle thrower, it's not too dissimilar. Okay, the gun's much smaller. It's like a tier 9 waffle thrower. It's like a tier 7 waffle thrower. It's just not as good. Does that appease you? I'll add that to the list. If you'd rather, so it's up to you. You can either see that or the Sturer Emil. So it's your choice. And yes, Mac, I did advertise it, and oh, that's adorable. Bless your little heart. You're requesting the stubborn Emil. God damn you. Okay, so we've got the Saint Emil, which is going to be a pile of garbage. It's probably going to be a completely stock Emil, just to let you know. And I'll play both. Screw it. Let's play the Krupp-Steyr. Okay. So next up, we're going to try the Object 704. Let's just... Oh, we've got the equipment on here. Let's do the Krupp-Steyr first. So this is the Tier 7 Premium German Tank Destroyer. I've even put the wrong crew in it, because I want to be training my Nashorn crew. Well, they will soon be my Sturer Emil crew, but whatever. Bottom tier, hurrah, on swamp, okay. So this is Tier 7 Premium German Tank Destroyer. It's pretty bad. It's got the long 88 that you find as the top gun on the Tiger 1, and that's really one of the problems with it. If you compare it to a Tiger 1, and please bear in mind when I say this, I don't actually like the Tiger 1, but if you compare it to a Tiger 1, you've got a buffed version of the same gun, but it doesn't get better DPM. Because you can't equip vents because it's open-topped anyway. It's slow, it's ponderous, it's got about half the health, and you wonder why you wouldn't just play a Tiger 1. It's better camouflage. Better camouflage. So I don't recommend this tank if anyone gets the opportunity to play it. So just for the record, I've got a 6.21 second reload here. And with the same gun, or effectively the same gun on the Tiger 1, Tier 7, heavy tank, I believe I get a less than 6 second reload. So, go figure. Also, the engine power on this thing is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And it has no armour. So yeah, the Krupp-Steyr is just bad. Flat out bad. But we'll play it anyway. Might at the very least be vaguely amusing. That was a terribly aimed first shot. I suck at this game so much. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Nah, he's behind solid things. He's also behind solid things. God damn it, stop taking cover. Just sit out in the open for me to farm your health. That's how this should work. Yeah? Come on. I want to farm you. I want to farm you real bad. Fine, you're gonna get shot up by other people. Make me so sad. Sit still, Mr. T-71. I have to go somewhere else shortly. This is not achieving anything. Yes, I know there's a T-71, but I didn't think I was really going to get much of a shot on him, so screw it. I thought my time would be better spent trying to aim on one of these TDs, the IS-3. Or or as it turns out, the T-34. And that one bounced, because of course it did. And that one bounced. 200 pen on a tier 7 TD is not horrendous, but it's also not amazing. The one advantage with me having taken this crew, of course, is that I at least get 6th Sense on this crew. The crew I wanted to train doesn't have 6th Sense, which is kind of why I want to train them. So our base looks like it's about to be overrun, and I really need to be somewhere else. That being the case. So, let's relocate a little bit. La 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 la. No idea where that shot went. Oh, looks like we're winning though. Woohoo! The reason why I'm reversing is because then I can expose less of my tank whilst trying to take whatever shot I'm after. I don't run the risk of taking the turret over those frontal nodules on this machine. Oh god damn it. Rear of the turret is weak enough for me to pen. And that has worse gun depression, so that can really throw off what you're trying to do. Bounced again, because screw you, of course it did. And it means I can make a fractionally faster getaway, which with the dodgy mobility on this tank is the sort of thing you want. 923 damage, pretty uninspiring to be honest. But we were bottom tier, and we still did more damage than we have health. So, whilst it wasn't particularly inspiring, not the end of the world. And we made a bit of money. I mean, it is a premium tank. You're going to make a little bit of cash. Or you'd hope you're going to make a bit of cash. So that was the Krupp-Steyr Waffenträger. Object 704 and Sturer Emil, as apparently people are making me play tank destroyers. Who's he? Sorry, just quickly catching up on chat. I haven't actually eaten any chocolate today. Hi Casey, by the way. Because, yeah, I'm not actually a massive chocolate fan. So, yeah. Thursday Move's nickname was because the model had engine breakdown problems, probably. I haven't selected the x16 or x25 zoom. I haven't actually tried it. I think I would find it very jarring. Especially because I'm so used to x8 zoom, and I don't use the mouse wheel to scroll between them because I have terrible reaction times anyway. So I try and just use the x8. I'll play around with the x16 at some point. I'm on a semi-working machine. Yes. Please play a medium tank you're grinding. Sure. How to make Chip jealous. Just did 60% more damage than that in a tier 4 game in my light. I can believe that. Hello, Chisel. I'm good, thank you. Hope everyone's having a very good Easter so far and enjoying the bank holiday if you have the bank holiday. So, next on the list of machines to play is the... Why do I have Germany selected as a nation? We're going to play the Object 704 because someone was asking after a tier 10 TD, but I don't have a tier 10 TD. Best I can do is the tier 9 Object 704. So this is the one after the ISU 152 and before the Object 268. It's better than the ISU 152, but so is a chili hot sauce enema, so in my opinion anyway. Go figure. But then, I'm not particularly impressed by the massive alpha damage if you don't get anything else on the tank, which is kind of like the ISU. Whereas compared to the ISU, this thing gets the same gun, good gun, sort of, more health, more armour, more mobility. I just think it's buffs to the gun. I just think it's a much more comfortable tank to play. Here on Redshire, yay, a camper's dream. But let's see how it goes. And this is the tank I did my TD Mission 15 for the T55A with honours in, so can't really complain too much. I wish I could show you the game. Unfortunately, it was a patch 9.15 game, and my 9.15 client just died. So I can't, I'm afraid. It wasn't a bad game, and wasn't completely 100% campy. So, it was like 6,500 damage, I think, done, something like that. Yes, as you may have noticed, with our relative lack of top-tier heavy tanks, no one is taking the traditional heavy tank route, apart from a T-54E1, who will die very quickly. And a Borsig, who might give him a bit of a hand, but death will probably still be on the cards for him. Ooh, T-34-3 and a 110 down there. I wonder if I can shoot either of them. See if I can shoot either of these Chinese guys. There we go. And we set the 110 on fire. Massive shame, because I really like the 110. And that, right there, is why you take a fire extinguisher. Especially in Chinese tanks, because they burn so much. Don't argue, take a fire extinguisher. Just do it. If you don't want to pay for a premium fire extinguisher, that's fine. I use manual fire extinguishers, I don't use premium ones, and I have them rebound to the spacebar so I can be a bit faster on the uptake with them. But if you're playing Chinese tanks and you're not taking a fire extinguisher, you're probably doing it wrong. Because they have a habit of lighting up like bonfire night. Is this guy ever actually going to give me a shot at him? We've taken that flank, which is nice. Just lost the Borsig, who was going in to support the T-54E1. Alright, I'm getting bored. It's my problem playing tank destroyers. I have quite a low boredom threshold with them. Whoa, lots of heavy tanks on the other flank. I should probably go and lend a hand, to be honest. Nah, okay. I should stop dithering around trying to get shots over there, and instead try and see if I can nuke that Conqueror. Remember the Conqueror I was playing a game or two ago? And that is why I don't like these Soviet big TD guns. You aim, you aim, you aim, you aim, you miss, you aim, you aim, you get the idea. That was just, I tried it, but that was all on me. That wasn't the gun's fault. That was my fault. And they've pushed through the heavy tank line. Ooh dear. Really don't want to get spotted at this point, because yeah, I have more health and more armour than the ISU, but that doesn't mean I want to get spotted and shot by all of the peeps. That would still be pretty suboptimal for my health. Go on IS-6, you know you'll want, or IS-5, or whatever the hell you're driving. That wouldn't have a shot on the Conqueror anyway. There we go. That's why people play these tanks, because 750 alpha damage makes a friggin' mess. Oh, Brave Tiger is brave. Or stupid. I leave you to choose take your pick. I mean, cresting that ridgeline where there's bound to be tank destroyers up here, that wouldn't be my first choice, I must admit. Nope. Missed the E75. I just took a shot from the Conqueror and he reloads quick enough that I might take a second. Nah, I managed to avoid taking the second. Okay. Conqueror is now getting shot up, which is good. And the tanks we had pushing around there have all either died or pulled back. Yippee! So I don't really want to pop over there because it leaves my flank entirely exposed. And I'm not into voyeurism. So, or exhibitionism, sorry. Voyeurism's slightly different. Well, hey. Anyway, let's try and keep this PG-13, guys. IS-5, tracked him. And got spotted. And that's an AMX 1390. I do not need him in my life. I just don't. I need him dead. Right, IS-5 is round there, Udes is somewhere, probably around there still. Tier 9 Waffle Thrower, AMX 1390, T-34-3. Go on T-34-3, go on, go on, go on. Yes, good boy. I got spotted, but at that point, who cares? Oh, I'm dead. No, no, I'm not dead. Oh, Christ, that's an Udes right behind us. I do not want a rectal Udes. That's a tier 9 Waffle Thrower. I am in so much trouble right about now. So very screwed. Let's put a big one into the Conqueror. That's what she said. There goes the Borsig. Trying to angle, because my side armor's actually pretty good. Conqueror doesn't want any. Neither does the AMX, can't really blame him to be honest. Don't want to get nailed by the Udes. What we need is to break out of here, but I don't have a turret, so breakout is really awkward. Oh no 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 no. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that because I was probably going to bounce and now I'm reloading. Oh, but the 1390 just done goofed. Conqueror, you missed, you suck. But you can have this fight only showing your turret, which means this is problematic for me. Owies. Damn it! I was just about to take the shot. He was moving. That sort of engagement with the Conqueror was terrible for me. It was always going to go horrendously wrong. But that was just a pretty awkward situation in general. Almost 4,000 damage isn't too bad. But not enough for our wonderful team, unfortunately. Okay, so I click on the carousel to see what tanks you have. It just pauses the video. I need another beer. I've watched people stream and then just sort of been clicking on the minimap and it's like, it doesn't work. It just makes the video paused and I was entirely sober. So, go figure. I thought campers dreamed of ensuite bathrooms. True fact. True fact. I love the Object 704 with its Russian roulette gun. You never know what you're going to get even when fully aimed, which is exactly why I don't like it. If I have the replay, I can record it for you. What replay? Oh, wait a minute. Are you interested in? I am not into voyeurism. Can I just clear that up? I am not into voyeurism. Yeah, I can play with some arty. Josip, I'll add it to das list. Artillery. Bearing in mind that as of the next patch, it'll be completely different. Hi, evil genius. If a woodchuck chuck wood, could the woodchuck chuck wood without Chipmunk dying all the time? God damn it, Casey, shut up. Had to stop watching NCIS. Hey, you don't have to. You can go and watch NCIS. That's fine. The Easter Bunny wants to suffer and play the Krupp-Steyr. I think you have it. Another. Okay. Seeing as No, it was a win in the Krupp-Steyr. You just missed it. No. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see what you mean, boulders. I'm not sure. I'll have a look. I'm not sure if I've actually kept it because my client was dead. I think I got rid of all my 915 stuff. In which case, bother. I'll check at some point. How did that game end up going? Ugh. It's like, if you see there is no one going to your side of the map, especially when you're not top tier, why would you go there anyway? These guys threw their lives away for no good whatsoever. Anyway, it was amusing setting that poor 110 on fire. It's a shame, I like the 110. Really good fun tank, but there we go. 1140 damage to him. Poor swine. Right, that was the Object 704. Oh, God. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to regret this. But it looks like it's time to start this horrendous grind. God damn it. Right. I believe my crew is currently, from the Nashorn, is currently sitting in the E25. So, yeah. All these guys can go to the barracks. How big is the crew on the... Is there anyone stuck in the Dickermax or the Stug? Or the Jagdpanther? There's one in the Jagdpanther. Okay. So, where is this god-awful piece of garbage? Well, no, let me rephrase. I haven't played it yet, but we'll see. So, there we go. Let's Nashorn, retrain. Yeah. Boom. Do I have a gun rammer that I can throw in it? No, and I'm not spending 500,000 credits on it. So I will just grab the gun rammer another time. Let's take a few HE rounds. I'm sure 5 will be plenty. This is with the stock gun, by the way, with terrible penetration. I don't usually pack that much APCR, but I'm thinking 170 pen might be a bit dodgy on a tank that's tier 7, a tank destroyer, and is about as fast as a molasses waterfall. Otherwise known as a molasses fall. Hurrah. Right, here we go then. God, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Hate you all. So this is with the stock gun, which has got 169 pen, 300 alpha. It's basically the gun from the Dickermax, and I didn't like the gun on the Dickermax. Ugh, accuracy is rather uninspiring. Let's just try it and see what happens. Yes, Josip, RT is on the list. I will do. I will do. Bring on the cheese! Double bugger, I missed the Object 704. I can play the Object 704 again, Trillock, because it was a lost game anyway. Basically, I'm trying to get the... I'm trying to get the ×5s done. So... yeah. I'm very happy to play tanks that I haven't had the win in yet. Especially if they're tanks I would otherwise need to grind or train up a crew on or anything like that. Let me just grab some squash. Right. This is the stock Sturer Emil. How slow can it possibly be? Beep beep! Oh, that's not too bad. I've played British TDs that are limited to 20 kilometers an hour. Then again, they do actually have some semblance of armor. Let's see how... I mean, it does get gun depression, much like the Dickermax, but with the Dickermax's gun, this thing does look pretty stupid. It's kind of, I got a little nose, fear me. I guess the flip side is it doesn't get 15 rounds of ammunition, it gets a bit more, which is nice. But I'm not expecting fantastical things. Anyone got a book? Or maybe actually, Trillock, you could finish watching your episode of NCIS while I'm waiting to do something. That'd probably work. Might get a cup of tea. Right. T150, KV1S, all of those bad guys. I've got good gun depression, let's try and use it. Oh, come on. I have no idea where that shot went. Where did that shot go? I don't know. God damn it. Pew! Tracked him. Oh, God. Pew! There we go. We can pick on tier 5s with the best of them. Ooh, he's top tier. That would actually be some worthwhile damage. There we go. And again. Well, I mean, so far so good. So when it's top tier and not expected to move a great deal of much, sure, the Sturer Emil can wreck people, I guess. Let's kill number 2. Really narrow gun traverse, which is a little bit frustrating. And there's just a T-34-100 remaining. Can I shoot it? Probably not. If it was worth having a go at the T-150. Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is. Don't have quite enough gun depression. The gun depression on this thing is really good, but apparently not quite that good. Nah, I got no shots over there. Okay. Chinukai? Can I rebalance the Chinukai? Nope. Apparently not. Scoreline is 5-5. Oh dear. Right. I think there are going to be people coming through the town who want my booty. My delicious, delicious booty. So, with that in mind... Come on, heavy tank number 6. You know you want to do it. Come on. Just do it. Do it now. Oh, don't wait for my team to die before you come out. That would make me a very sad panda. God damn it. And the problem is I'm kind of hemmed into a bit of a corner now, because, well, their team is kicking our team in the face, and I'm not really fast enough to go anywhere else. Without getting spotted and wrecked, of course. Aha! Hello, mighty T. Oh, God, he has clearly seen me. He was so looking this way. Bounced. I need some help. I think I'm about to get wrecked. Oh, to be sure. I'm rather dead. Team flailed out, unfortunately. Which is a bit sad. I'm so screwed. Yeah, these guys have got me. I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Ram! No! I will get you, you blighter! I will ram you! Nah, damn it. Never mind. Still 1700 damage for a stock tank. That's not the end of the world. Yes, this is making up for some of the games I had yesterday. I'm just... I'm going to stop making funny noises now. Okay. We might come back to this a bit later. But that was the Sturer Emil. What was up next? Oh yeah, someone was asking for me to play one of the medium tanks that I am currently grinding. Okay. Let's go with... Let's just see if I've missed any. The STR-VS1. I don't have the STR-VS1, I'm afraid, Andrew. That's a second call for RT, so I'll play another artillery game. I don't really have any of the Swedish tanks. They're only tier 2. Yeah, the Dicamax's gun is just horrible. When I'm ready. Okay. Okay. I've got the Object 704 back on the list. Why do I imagine Chipmunk cuddling a pumpkin when he grabs some squash? Go figure. As long as I'm not grabbing a Courgette, I'm sure it's fine. The shot came through my window. Hurrah! Hello, foreplay. That's a sentence that always sounds good. Much like hello, hentai girl. I sat on the same hill a couple of days ago in the STRV and got TD15. Nicely done. Despite a Butch and Sundance ending, yep. Yes, I've got a medium tank to play, and then I'll play some artillery Josip. Butternut is also an option. So, the medium tank I'm going to play... what medium tanks am I grinding at the moment? Let's have a quick look. Don't be fooled by all of this slot being open. Some of them are tanks I've rebought for the purposes of acing them. Some are premiums that I need to have stuff done in. Let's play the Type 61 actually. This is the Tier 9 Japanese medium. Gun is derpy as hell, which is kind of frustrating. A bit like the STA one at Tier 8 to be honest, but more so. Which makes sense because the STA was a prototype for this thing. This is kind of the first Japanese main battle tank. So I've currently got, I'm playing the Type 61, then an artillery game, then the Object 704, then another artillery game. That's currently the lineup. Speaking of artillery games, actually, I played the Batchat 155-55 and the FV304 yesterday, and it went alright. Batchat managed to complete one of my artillery missions for damage on heavy tanks, and the FV304 was an ace game, even with my dodgy crew, so it actually ended up going pretty well. So here we have the Type 61. Not a bad tank. Not a tank I particularly like though. That kind of commander's hatch on top of the turret, that gets old about as quickly as you'd imagine it would. But Type 61, it's a Japanese tank, medium tank, so you get no armour. You do get good gun depression though, 10 degrees of gun depression, and it's the standard NATO 105mm gun. So you get, with this particular variant, 258 penetration, 390 alpha damage, fires APCR as standard. Heat ammunition as its premium, and the pen goes up to what, 330? Yeah, 330. And of course you've got some HE. You don't get a huge amount of ammunition. You only get 32 rounds, which can be quite frustrating. The accuracy leaves a bit to be desired. The bloom and aiming stats leave a bit to be desired as well. And he's in an M46 pattern. A tank I would much rather be driving right at the moment. But I'm not grinding the pattern. I've already got the M48 Fatten. Whoa, hello artillery. Artillery's decided they want me already. Always a good start. And I'm spotted. And the enemy team are going to take the north. Nah, worth a punt. Spotted again. This is really awkward because we've no idea where they are. Let's just keep moving so I don't get artillery, as artillery has clearly decided they do actually like me. I got a little bit of assistance damage. Now the thing is, this is not really a sniper, so I don't really want to be sniping with it. The problem is that any position that would get me into a more forward position and would be better for me, in that sense, I don't know what's out there, so there's a very good chance... Go away, artillery! There's a very good chance I'm just going to get absolutely wrecked, but this is clearly going nowhere, so let's relocate. And the mobility on this tank is not bad. I mean, it's nothing to really write home about. It's not bad. Yada-da-dum, yada-dum. I got spotted. Who by? Aha! WZ131. That's who by. Yeah, well, you get wrecked, mate. You got spotted too, and you're dead. I see that as a pretty positive outcome. Managed to crash himself. I can certainly live with that. Right. Now they're all behind a bit of a sandbank, but it looks like the T-34 is going for it. I'm not sure if I can quite render him without potentially exposing myself. Insert funny joke here. But let's see if we can do something about this pattern. Because Because if we can, that would really help things along a bit. There's the E50M. Don't really want to get artilleried here. Pattern is down. Haven't actually done a single point of damage, which is pretty garbage so far. There we go, 400. Fractionally above average damage roll, not by much. Nope. Okay. There's myself and this 50B. No idea what load state the 50B is in, but I guess we shall see. They don't really have any tank destroyers. In fact, they don't have any tank destroyers. So that's probably going to minimise the number of people camping base. Bounced, and that's the problem with this gun. It's so unreliable that you bounce shots that you think you have absolutely no right to bounce, and that was artillery. I'm actually going to repair that. And because I bounced that shot and took one round from the E50M, and I took a round from artillery, despite starting that engagement with more health, I'm actually going to struggle to finish it. There's a Lorraine 40 ton without assistance. Okay, Lorraine down. Hopefully the pair... Never mind, I was going to say hopefully the pair of us should be able to take out this 50M, but I'm dead. There we go. Oh, got focused by artillery. What can you do? C'est la vie. That was a pretty garbage game. It's my experience of the Type 61 though. I really don't like it. I'll try. You're a chocolate bunny, and you don't have to apologise for bad English. Hey, it's not like I have particularly good language skills in a different language. Because someone requested a medium tank that I'm grinding, and that was a pretty garbage game, I'm going to play one other. So here's the Panther II. That's the thing with the Type 61, you have no armour, so you have to play it so cautiously. And if you're going to have a tank you have to play cautiously, it would be really nice if it actually had some accuracy, and it just doesn't. The gun is so unreliable. And there you could see, if I hadn't have bounced that shot on the E50M, I'd have kept pushing on the E50M, and I may not have been artillery. Then again, maybe the Lorraine would have wrecked me. I don't know. Either way, it ended up being a really awkward situation, much like this. This is Ruinberg, but I've got the garbage spawn, and we have fewer medium tanks. So whereas I would love to fight out over the town and village, I don't really see a scenario in which that's actually going to work, because this is the bad spawn for it, and we have no mediums. They have more medium tanks. We make up for it with tank destroyers, which is absolutely no consolation. Let's see if I can get a couple of shots off early game. I'm not going right up to the town as I usually would, because I'm pretty sure if I do that, I'm just going to go splat. I don't want to go splat. Nah, I missed an opportunity there. I didn't realise I actually had a shot. But having said that, it doesn't look like they have a wealth of tanks going over toward the town so far, and our artillery just nuked theirs, which is always nice. The position I'm taking, if I do fire the gun, I'm going to get spotted anyway, so screw it. Screw it, screw it, screw it. Oh, okay, no. Oh, no. This is decidedly dicey. One into the T-44. He's dead. One into the AMX. Kill the AMX. Push up. Ah, missed my shot on the Chaffee. That was careless. He's not hanging around, which at least shows he's not a complete blithering idiot. Worth a punt. I didn't quite know where he was. We ended up taking the town anyway, which is not something I was expecting, but I'm not going to complain. Right. So, if I hunker down next to this building, I should be protected from any fire over toward the field. Hello, Mr. M6. Who the hell spotted me? Oh well. Bounced a couple of shots from the M6. He's using a small gun. Poor guy. And the scoreline is 6-2, and they have the field, which is, they have the base, which is slightly suboptimal. There we go. Deal with the chaffee. Deal with the artillery. Try and do something about this super Pershing. Come on, matey boy, old chum. Oh, okay, their heavies have all gone south. So, with that in mind, let's go and see if I can punish them. So the Panther II, not that long ago, got given a new gun. This is the... sorry about that. The very long 88. That used to be a unique gun to the E50. Now, however, you get it on the Panther II as well, which makes the E50 grind easier because you've already got this gun. And it also makes the Panther II a little bit better. There's a T-150 over there as well. Tiger is wrecking him. Basically, if you equip this gun, it gives you a better aim time compared to the L71 long 88. Better aim time and better penetration at the cost of a little bit of DPM, but your better aim time, in my opinion, makes your realistic DPM better anyway, so nuts to it. IS-3 has decided to go to the base. Haven't been spotted, so I think that LTTB has moved. Oh, the LTTB will be the one in the cap. Okay. Let's go all the way around here, then with any luck. I should be able to shoot that IS-3 and the LTTB in their bottoms. Be really nice if that Tiger would actually move, rather than sit there, because there is nothing to do there. We know where all the bad guys are. Damn it. We know where all the bad guys are. So why are you dithering around wasting your time over there? Yeah, the IS-3 will spot me. Oh, the IS-3 has actually moved anyway. Okay. So... Really? Seriously? Well, I guess he's not capping anymore. Let's... There we go, and he's dead. Not sure where that prototype is. Really don't want to take a shot from him. But if he was still there, I thought I would have spotted him. Let's try and do something about that IS-3. La 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 la. Oh god, there's the prop. Okay, this changes things ever so slightly. Switching to APCR, not because I necessarily need to, because I want to make sure this guy dies, and I really don't want to throw this game away because I failed to penetrate him. And you can see there, his reload is about the same as mine. I hit for 240, he hits for 400, and so if I'd had just a single bounce, that's my game over. And if I die, that puts our team in a slightly dodgy position. So that's why I switched to AP... Oh god! APCR there. I mean, the gun should have fairly reliably gone through him anyway, but I didn't want to risk it. Okay, M12. What are we going to do about a blasted M12? Well, we've loaded some HE just to try and do an extra spot of damage. I'm gonna wait for the tiger to go around. Assuming the tiger will go around. Because someone should go around. There's no point me going out there, like, just straight out in the front, because he's just going to blap me in the face. Yo, Mr. Tiger, why would you cap at this point? Maybe you have a personal mission, but dude, come on. Let's get a wiggle on. We have this guy dead, okay? Thank you. Right. I can't survive a direct hit from this guy. Neither can the Indian Panzer. The Tiger might be able to, which is why I'm suggesting the Tiger takes the shot. Eat it, bitch. Pardon my French. Eat the shot. There we go. He's fired. He's only done 400. And you're dead. Sweet. There we go. Much better game there in the Panther II. Rather than the STA. Not the STA, sorry, the Type 61. Hey, first class mastery. Sweet. 3,095 damage, 5 kills, 1,012 base XP. Hey, that didn't end up being too bad a game. We fired 2 rounds of APCR because I really didn't want to bounce on that prototype. Imagine toward the end of the game if that prototype had still been alive. That would have been a very different engagement. So there we go. We actually won the game with the Type 61 as well. So hurrah. Hurrah for my team carrying my scrubby backside. So that was the medium request that I had. Hello, Joseph. Yes, you're from the Balkans. Sweet. I would actually one day. I wouldn't quite mind. I would get my words out. I'd quite like to visit the Balkans. Just as a region of the world that I wouldn't mind going to at some point. Type 61 looks like ideal prey for the derp on the T49, pretty much. Yeah, short 88, long 88, very long 88. Intercontinental 88, comedy 88, yeah, that works too. A 155mm rectal insertion could have been very uncomfortable. Yes, it could. That's why they call it the long tom. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, next on the request list was some artillery. So, with that said, let's go out in the bat chat. 15555. Please bear in mind that the next patch, all the artillery are being changed anyway. So you could consider this a bit of a swan song. This is actually the same map I had yesterday. So, go figure. And it's assault like it was yesterday. Let's see how this goes. I recently put a video out where hopefully giving some ideas about how you might be able to play and not play Erlenberg. This is an assault match. And I am going to go to around about A9, A0 just to start things off with. And try and help our team push down the 9 and 0 lines. And then we'll worry about the rest of the game and the map. What is our mission at the moment? Oh, it's the one for shooting someone going at 30 kilometers an hour. It's the one that screams RNG. Okay. So this is the French Tier 9 artillery piece. It's a French 155mm gun, slammed in a lightly armoured, fully rotating turret, and mounted on top of an American medium tank hull. I think this, if you compare this to the T-54E1, I think you'll find they're quite similar, or something like that. It might be a Pershing or something. I can't remember. Anyway. You can see we're happily bombing it along here at about 40-45 kilometers an hour. This isn't the best terrain in the world, but we're still making good headway. See the IS-3 at B3, he's dead. Credit where credit's due. He's seen that no one's coming with him, and he's coming back. So, credit where credit is due for noticing that that's a bad plan. That Jagdpanther screwed. Oh, bless, it's all the bottom tiers. Oh, isn't that nice? Pew! Missed. Let's move a little bit. I'm not trying to pick on the Jagdpanther, it's just he's there and he's stationary. I mean, I like kills as much as the next guy. Nah, lightweight's gonna get him. Never mind. Okay, maybe not. Pew! Ooh. I thought those guys were going to hang back a bit. I didn't expect them to get close enough that a shell could have hit them. That was not what I intended. Oh well. That's pretty much the 9 and 0 lines cleared out. So now our team needs to defend Das base. So let's see if we can do something about this Conqueror. Conquerors like taking about artillery about as much as I like taking cod liver oil. I used to have it a little bit when I was very, very young, but I'm actually, seeing as he's a nice, obvious target, going to switch to this Scorpion G. Armoured in tissue paper and wishful thinking. Shell still didn't penetrate, but 608 damage, I'm not going to complain too much. Hopefully that made him think twice about his life decisions and about his positioning. Nope, apparently not. Okay. Well, to be fair, he's being a bit more aggressive, I guess. Pew! Bye! It was only for 60 damage, but, dead is dead. Who's next? Okay, we've got a 112, an AMX 5120 hunkered down behind a building. There was a Conqueror. Oh, Conqueror's dead, never mind. We might actually switch to here. That guy's probably moved. Nah, it's a bad shot. Never mind. Shot didn't go quite where I aimed, it went where I wanted it instead. There we go, put a bit of damage. Oh, and we took out his tracks and he is dead. Yay for assistance damage. So that's the lurver dealt with. T-34? The nice thing about having a fully rotating turret is you don't need to completely restart your aiming cycle as soon as you try and target someone else. Oh, he moved! Not that the shot went where I wanted it to anyway, so never mind. Nah. However, pew! God damn it, shot went long. Ooh, that's a slightly awkward position to actually hit for me. Although if he stays just there, nah, he's not having any of that. Can't really say I blame him too much. Can I just finish off this T-34-100? Be funny. No. Oh, T-25 pilot does it instead. Okay, he's dead. Cool. AMX is still hunkering behind a building. You guys know this is assault, right? You actually have to come and kill us. I know you've run out of armoured tanks to do it with. Well, the 112's got some armour, to be fair. But I know this has become a bit awkward for you, but, yeah. Go figure, ain't my problem. I've had that problem before, but right now, it's not my problem. My current problem is trying to actually hit these fellas. You know what I might do, actually? I'm going to try and go to a completely different position. Oh, and our Why? Why? We have allies killing allies, and now we've got... And now the scores are even, so they're coming back. Oh, for goodness sake. Like, all we have to do is sit tight, essentially. That's it. Pew! Missed. And our T-29's dead, and now we're actually losing this. Good lord. I need to actually land some shots in order to do something for my team. And that's the problem with artillery. You reach a situation where you actually need to do something because your team is collapsing. And you can't really. That's never going to work. Now this is actually a dicey situation, because if you wanted to, the WZ could go all the way around and shank us from the other end of the zero line. Everyone's coalescing into one corner, which gives me no room to work with. Called it. There's the WZ. Clever girl. But what are you expecting me to do? I have no angles, and now I have no space to maneuver. And no one is going to be spotting over here. Yeah, no, you don't say. Problem is, if I run, that WZ can still come up behind me, and he'll probably kill me. There we go. I'm dead, probably. So now okay, this tank is... Oh, that's a rock. This tank is fast. No, but it's not outrunning a WZ-132 fast. I ran as far as I could, mate. I can't outrun a WZ. I needed you to spot him, and you didn't. You died. So that's it. No one was gonna... Even if I'd fallen back to the IKB's position, no one was there to spot. So that's it. There we go. That's artillery for you, and that is why artillery is being changed, because in its... Well, one of the reasons. In its current form, it is garbage. You can't support your team effectively. We'll have a look at the post-game stats, but think about how many shots I fired in a tier 9 tank, top tier, and I did 1,000 damage and got 400 spotting, which is pathetic. Unless your RT mission is drown yourself without annoying anyone, it will always be RNG reliant. That's true. Cool RTs don't look at explosions, yeah. Oh, no, Trilloc, I know what malt is. I used to have cod liver oil, malt, etc. when I was young. My parents were quite old when I was born. I'm an only child. My parents were on the elderly side. The doctors had told them they couldn't have kids. So I was a bit of a surprise baby. It was like, surprise, hello! So because my parents were old enough to be everyone else of my age's grandparents, it meant, you know, they're a bit older. So I got the whole cod liver oil and all that jazz when I was young. The low splash combined with the flat arc magnifies the effect of RNG on the French SPGs when firing at range or at guys on a reverse slope. That is true. That is true. The flip side is that with the French ones, at least you can re-aim relatively quickly because you've got that turret and you are a mobile platform. Random question, what mic do I have? No idea. It's a crappy headset bought on the cheap from somewhere. It's nothing special. Hello, Sumgrass. Hello, Draco. Yeah, I got wrecked. It's made me a bit too chirpy. Nothing wrong with being chirpy. There we go. It's just... 2 people on our team did more than 2,000 damage, which is pitiful. And the enemy WZ-132 basically wrecked everyone. Well played to him. Very well played. So there's some artillery. Object 704 and then artillery again. So I'll tell you what. I'll play it again now. My loader gets a new skill. Good lord. What excitement. Repairs, firefighting, intuition, adrenaline rush, and safe stowage. I'm actually going to go for adrenaline rush. Because if you're getting shot at, you're probably screwed anyway. So let's go for adrenaline rush. Because then at least if you have survived being shot at, you might be able to do something with it. I don't know. You quickly run out of usable skills for artillery. So I'll play another artillery game as someone was asking for it. I've had 2 artillery requests. And this is a garbage map for Arty. Ah well. Decent 6k WN8 sessions are decent. Yeah, screw you, Draco. I mean, I was proud that yesterday in games I had a 3k WN8 session. I was quite proud of that. I appreciate there are people in the chat now for whom 3k, it's like, yeah, whatever. I've got that average, including my crappy games when I started playing this game. Well, screw you guys. I was proud of it. Nah, seriously, congratulations with your 6k WN8 streak, you dirty stat padding bastard. Nah, well done. Nice one. It's nice to know I'm not the only one who had a decent day of games yesterday. Today's kind of making up for it a bit, but you know, it's all good. So there are very, very limited positions on this map that you can actually hit, especially in French artillery because they tend to have a very flat shell trajectory. So the slightest little hillock and you can't hit the blighter. However, if that Lorraine is just going to sit there and that Panther 88 like a bit of a wombat... You see, I can't... Some artillery would be able to shoot over that rock. This is not some artillery. So, yeah, we've already lost our light tank, Type 64, hurrah. Interestingly, though, because Wargaming is stupid and refused to nerf premium tanks, when the whole light tank rebalance comes... Rather than those premium tanks retaining their funky matchmaking, as far as I can work out, what they're doing is giving the premium tanks, light tanks this is, like the Type 64, the M41, 90, whatever, they're giving them the matchmaking of another light tank of the same tier, so regular matchmaking basically, but they're not actually changing them in any way. So assuming that those tanks are balanced at the moment, in the next patch they are going to be overpowered as all balls, which is a stupid idea. Sometimes Wargaming does things that just baffles me. Their whole decision to never nerf premium tanks is moronic in my opinion, but there we go. I do not design the game, so what do I know? Right, AMX is going for it. See if I can make him regret that decision. Nope, because I've run out of places I can shoot. There we go. That's it. TVP. Can I hit the TVP? I can. And we've lost 3 tanks. Pew! Ooh, he moved, but we hit... Oh, God. Oh, no one went down that flank, so it's all a bit screwed. Yay. Okay, so we've done some damage to that TVP, which is nice. It would also be really nice if someone would do something about those fellas. I probably cannot shoot here. No, not a chance. Just can't do it from this position. And there's not really anywhere you can go to on this map. I mean, this map is another corridor map, unfortunately. It's not exactly my favourite map, let's put it that way. That guy gets out of the way. I'll do that. There we go. If you can't play it like a artillery, play it like a tank destroyer and see what happens. Just trying not to derp our own SU-122 in the bum. He might be a bit sour, and rightfully so. But there we go. Right. Come on, fellas. Come on. You can do this. I believe in you. And more than that, I believe in the heart of the cards. Oh, God. I am so sorry. If you don't get the reference, keep it that way. Right. Am I ever going to be able to get a shot on this Borsig? Never mind, he's going to burn to death. Sweet! So, the Centurion and the IS are both dead. whether or not they know it yet, because there's a light tank behind the Centurion anyway, so he's just a corpse. I don't think I can get shots to help them in any way. I can't. So we're just left with all the people who were at base, and this is going to be pretty ugly. So, given that I can't use my tank to actually try and black people from range, let's just dirt people in the face for an awful lot of damage as they come around the corner. That sounds like a plan. That is my current plan. Okay. She'll be derping round the mountain when she comes. Pew! There we go. And there he goes. Oh, 910. Oh, anyone else want some? Come on, there's plenty of this to go around. Sod off artillery. Yeah, I know, that's probably what they're thinking, but whatever. Cannot take a hit from that defender. And he's behind cover. That makes me very sad. Is he coming out from behind cover? He is! Pew! God damn it. Missed by a country mile. And reloading. There goes our Indian Panzer. Our T-44-100 is down there going on whatever magical, mystical adventure he thinks he's going to be going on. Oh god, there's a T-34-1 coming up behind us as well. This has just become whole kinds of icky. Screw it. Damn it. I'm so dead. Alright, I've got like one shell. And then I'm gonna die. Let's try and make it a good one. Nope, missed. I'm dead. Oh dear. There we go. That was the couple of artillery games that I was requested. There's a reason I don't play that much artillery. Because it's junk. Never mind. Oh god. Good Saturday and not so... Expected to be more balanced rather than everyone saying good day, bad day. Yeah. But the thing is, someone asked how things have gone. I've mentioned that I had a good day yesterday and a bad day today so far. So that's going to cause the people who have experienced similar to probably mention it. Don't... Go TD. Yeah, I kind of had to. Hello, BTD. You played the T62A and the T10. Nice. Not got to either tank yet, so I can't really comment. Yeah, I had to go TD mode in the end. And yes, it's a garbage map for low arc, RT. But seeing as most of the mid to high tier artillery I've played are French, and thus they have a low tier, go figure. Yeah. Yeah, go figure. This map is great for RT on this side, farming plebs in the corner from the hill. Okay. It's just a case of trying to get down there, I guess. Yeah, no, Draco, you'll ruin my day. Mount Sexton won't be nerfed. Prem AP versus Panzer II J equals very upset Wallet Warrior. My heart bleeds. It really does. 4 skill CGC crew. That is dirty. That is absolutely dirty. Ugh. My inner KV2 fan. Yeah, KV2's awesome. Absolutely awesome. What? Mission done. Ah! See, I wasn't even paying attention. When the hell did I... Who did I shoot that was moving that quickly? I think he was stationary. I don't think he was going that fast. Oh, maybe it was the blind shot on the TVP. I don't know. Yay! RNGesus smileth upon me and I complete thine mission. Awesome, what's the next one? Destroy at least one enemy SPG and cause 2k of damage to enemy vehicles. Okay. Fair enough. Well, sweet, I guess. Game was a loss, but, you know, we did over 2k damage, which isn't the end of the world. Shame we weren't able to, like, black the Panther at the end, but never mind. Next, someone requested the Object 704 once again, given that it was a defeat last time round. That works for me. Curiosity, what's happened to my win rate? Yeah, it was 53.55 at the beginning of today. Ah, well, never mind. Right. Binos. And let's take out the ghastly 704. The low arc doesn't matter from the hill in front of the spawn, and since fights in the left down... Oh, I see what you mean. Ah. Okay. I might have to try that out at some point, some grass. I've never actually... Okay. I see what you're getting at. Yeah. You can also hit behind the bridge and in front of the enemy spawn. I'll have to give it a go. I did... It's been a long time since I tried to take artillery up that hill. A very long time. Like, maybe when I was tier 3 or something. I don't know. Alright, I'll give it a go at some point. And yes, this probably is God's way of telling me not to play artillery. So stop asking me to play artillery then. Nah, it's fine. Oh, Object 704. Okay. If you want, you do what you want, Mr. STRV. If you want to push hill, you push hill in your paper TD. Go for it. And yes, I know the tier 10, 9 and 10S tanks can get some bounces, I know. But Wargaming haven't implemented the... Okay. The change to overmatching that they were planning to. And so... the armor isn't as good as they had hoped. Okay, right, change of plan. Everyone's going the other flank. And that's a bat chat. This might be a very short game. Oh, crikey. It's called getting nuked by artillery, mated by Ultram. And there's a Lorraine. How many autoloaders have they got? 1, 2, 3. And I've only run into 2 of them. Okay. It's not aimbot cheats, it's their arty nuked you, get over it. I'd really like to use the bush slightly further over there, but this is a bit dicey. There's a very good chance I'm going to get nuked by artillery here, of course, but kind of run out of map. Our medium tank, well, we only had one medium tank, to be fair. I should have really paid more attention to that. And it was an Object 416, so yeah, he wasn't really going to take the hill. He's got 0 gun depression. Alright, that being the case, let's slightly relocate myself. Just lost the E4. Our artillery is taking hits. Their bat chat is just running rampant and doing whatever he likes. So in the next patch, Wargaming are changing the matchmaking, and what I found curious was they said that the new matchmaker will try and make sure that they balance the number of light tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery on each team, but it's not going to do it for medium and heavy tanks, because medium and heavy tanks basically are generic enough that it don't matter. I fundamentally disagree. I don't see any reason not to do it with medium and heavy tanks, basically. I mean... I think balancing tank types is a good idea, so why wouldn't you want to do that with mediums and heavies as well? I don't know. Oh, God, that bat chat's going to screw me. I can't turn around to shoot him. All I can do is shoot that guy, and then I'll die. And then I'll die. Yeah. I should have paid more attention to... Ooh, 3 marks on your bat chat, 25 TAP, nice one. I should have paid more attention to the fact that we only had one medium tank, and it was an Object 416. so they were always going to win the 1 and 2 lines. But looking at how the match is going, I've no idea where I would have gone, because they've completely outflanked, encircled, and are about to kill our heavy tanks anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. We each had 4 tank destroyers, 2 artillery, 6 heavy tanks. Oh, the only real difference was in heavy medium numbers. They should be balanced as well, in my opinion, but there we go. Where was I up to? You can also hit behind there, that's where... Must have been J. Diff... I've played the Panzer Soufflé 4B. Perhaps my problem was that the crew was bad on it, but I found the gun terrible. Yes, it has the 10 degrees of gun depression, but I just found the gun so bad. No double XP for Easter. It's times 5 XP for the first win of the day. Speaking... And hello, Grey, by the way. Speaking of S-Tank armour, tier 9 at least, if you can't overmatch, shoot heat if you can. Yes. But the tier 10 has fences from Stockholm on it. The guy that killed you was your clanmate, was he? See, I didn't pay any attention to clans or anything else like that. Who was I killed by? It's one of the bat chats. It was Aliens... Oh, you're in MM, are you? Oh! I didn't realise you'd migrated. I thought... I had in my head you were in a different clan. Not sure which one. But in my head you were in a different clan. That's the Object 704. Let me turn the personal reserves on, because I forgot to. Because I'm an idiot. More shinies are more... I like more experience. I like more crew experience. And I like more free experience. Everyone's happy. Right, with those being dismal failures, what haven't I really played much? Let's jump in a light tank. Oh, the AMX 1390 was a loss, wasn't it? Let's go in the 132 and see what happens. Trying to accrue a bit of XP for the next patch. Yeah, I know the IS-7 replay was from a while ago. I'm not surprised necessarily that you changed clans. I just hadn't realised you'd gone to MM, that's all. That is... Name's gone out of my head. Clan Commander. Oh, bother. Thingamajiggy. God damn it. Pans, I'll think of it in a sec. Man, I kind of want to play again. Oh, go for it. Right. Oh, yay! I'm playing a light tank, so I get Paris, a map I hate anyway. Oh, why did I have to get it in a light tank? And this is... so, with regard to the light tank changes, I've heard a couple of people saying, I think they have a point. It's a shame they're basically turning them into small mediums. And, in a way, I think they have a point. However... there is no point having a class designed to perform scout duties when the maps most of the time don't really give you good opportunities to perform scouting duties. Utterly pointless for everyone involved. So, yeah. Who has the better view range, me or the VK? Depends if the VK's running binos or not, I guess. He got the initial spots for these fellas. So, is anyone going to shoot them? Probably not. We've already lost our T-71. And then our T-32's going to die because he's just driving out in the open. I've no idea why he'd do that. Our KV-4's dead. There we go. And a short while longer and he'll be dead. He puts one shot into a VK and then he dies. There we go. Like clockwork. Anyone else going to drive across this kill ground? Please don't. And this is the thing, as far as I can work out on this map, the A to D lines, if you will, this north bit of the map is basically a waste of everyone's time. It never seems to impact the game at all. Conversely, I don't see what I think it would be very difficult for me to take the WZ into the city. I mean, what am I going to do? Try and penetrate the front of a Jagdtiger? Yeah, go figure. This is a really awkward situation now. So, if I run away now, our artillery's going to get overwhelmed and the scoreline's going to be 1-8 in about 60 seconds' time. But our team is collapsing anyway, so yeah. Alright, well, I guess I'm going somewhere else then, because I'm clearly not achieving anything here. So, go figure. Yep, I'm going to get shot in the bum. That was the ravioli. Let's try and do something with this game and get a little bit of XP out of it, even if it won't be a win. Is the LTTP going to come for our artillery or not? I mean, this has all kind of been predicated on the fact that they will. But if he's not going to, then I'm wasting even more of my time. Maybe that did damage, maybe it didn't. Not got a clue. Hey, we have one kill. Our Ferdinand managed to kill their VK. Oh yeah, I remember that from earlier on. Yippee. Ah, oh, dearie me. Guess it makes up for the teams yesterday that were actually pretty decent. The teams today have been woeful. No, never mind. Not exactly, can't exactly say I've been carrying them, but what am I going to do in a light tank on Paris of all maps? Set the blighter on fire. Oh, he's dead. Cool. The IS-6 is the other side of a building. And then I get ammo racked. And I'm loading a HE shell anyway because I expected to be shooting at the Scorpion. And it turns out that I won't be, which means this is pretty screwed. Ah, I'm dead. Never mind. C'est la vie. Ba-dum-bum-bum. It's like 1 AM there. Where are you? Are you on holiday, Sumgrass, or something? Because I'm pretty sure continental Europe it shouldn't be 1 AM. For St Andrew's Day, what ought to let clans pick a tartan camouflage pattern for all their members? Eh? You're in Japan at the moment. Oh, sweet. Nice. Very, very nice. You need to play in the tanks in Toon today. I'll be honest, I play worse in a platoon than I do solo. So usually I only platoon if I'm doing well anyway. The problem I have is that I end up listening to what other people in the platoon say, and I'm not trying to. This isn't trying to make excuses or sound bad, but I end up listening to what other people say, and as a result, I end up going to places or doing things I wouldn't usually do. And sometimes that works out fine, but an awful lot of the time it means I end up doing things I'm uncomfortable with, or I try and save my platoon mate even if it's not necessarily the best course of action. Basically, I prefer playing this game solo as a general rule of thumb. So, go figure. I just persevere through the bad teams, the good teams, all the teams. Oh, tier 7 match. And see what happens. This is, by the way, the Type T-34. This is the Chinese, definitely not copied from the Soviets, tier 5 medium tank. Tier 7 match on Kampanovka. If this thing were more mobile, I know what I would do, but it's not, so I don't really want to try it. Let's try an experiment. I'm not sure if this will work. I haven't tried this in a long time, and I'm not sure if, even with binos, this thing has the view range to pull it off. But I guess we'll see. You don't know if you don't try. This may not have the view range to pull it off. Oh, then again, maybe it does. There we go. I thought this spot used to work. For when I want to do spotting, but I don't quite have the courage to be more aggressive, or I don't think I'm in a tank that's fast enough to do it more aggressively. This offers a passive spotting location. And you can rack up some assistance damage. So I might as well make myself useful in a tier 7 match in my tier 5 medium. I didn't get anything killed, but we got like 931 damage put down on the enemy heavy tanks as they were moving up toward the hill. Don't think I'm going to get that much more out of this position though, but it was worth a go. It's not a bad start. Sorry, Mr. Krupp-Steyr. No idea how to pronounce your name, and I'm probably butchering it horrendously. Smoke me a kipper. Loving that name. Fantastic name. KV1's going that way. Okay, that's a bit brave. This has currently got what was my T-34, well, T-34-2, then my Type 58 crew, and it will eventually be, I imagine, my 121 crew. Bounced on 12T, light armor OP, please nerf. Let's not get spotted out there. And let's see if we can rack up some more assistance damage. Yep, don't really want to get spotted too much. Trying to just shoot up onto the hill to give our team a bit of assistance, and I might pick up a little bit of assistance damage into the bargain. It's all good. Hello, Oni. You're a giant target. Put a little bit of damage in onto you as well. And the damage all mounts up. Don't know why I'm singing a really dodgy rendition of Star Wars. Go figure. That's never going to do the job. Right, are any of these guys actually giving me like their side armor or their rear armor or anything fun? Because if not, I might have to start taking some risks. Oh no, risks! Well, I'm only bottom tier anyway, so screw it. Whoa, okay, I found the scary things. Ah! Make it go away! Please don't shoot me. I'm only little. Ah! Oh god, okay. More scary things. Nope, nope, not the face. I said not the face. Oh dear. Okay, I'm screwed. Someone please kill this guy before he makes me a very sad panda. Oh, really? Right, let's get rid of him. That's it. Keep shooting the T-29. Shoot the T-29 more. Kill it with fire. Oh, he's dead. Excellent. There's only 3 of them left. 1, 2, 3. Cool. T-29 has fired, but has a respectable reload. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. There's the MT25 and a Leo left. I have bugger all health though, and I don't want that Leo going, that's a nice tasty Type T-34 snack. Screw it. It's the end of the game, let's just get a bit more XP. And credits. There we go. Kill on you. See if we can find the MT25 and see if we can avoid being killed by the aforementioned MT25. Ah, god damn it. Why you bounce? No! Oh well. There we go. That was the game. Hey, we actually had a good roll in our Type 5. In our Type 5? Good god, a Type 5 in a Tier 7 game would be stupid. In our Type T-34. Hoorah. There we go. 2,500 assistance damage, 604 regular damage, and 2 kills. Not too shabby. Let me just pop that over, because I do still need to do a review of this tank, so that will probably go into it. At a guess. La 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 la. Yeah da 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 dum. Yarp. That one. File. And we want. Bear with me, I'm just copying a thingy, and I'll be right back with you. Where's it gone? Type T-34 folder, where are you? The alphabet chip. The alphabet. Clearly there it is. God damn it. I'm such an idiot sometimes. Right. I have too many folders on this PC. Go figure. But at least it was a win. I'm happy with a game that was a win. And we ended up having a respectable result in it. So there we go. Right. So that was all groovy. Right. Let's see what... Don't need to know about loving from behind. 350 base view range on the Type T-34. Yes, which is why you take binos. Oh yeah. You're not jinxing my games, Trilloc. I get tat like this on a fairly regular basis. No worries, hentai. Not a problem. I know. So I tend to use binos in medium tanks up till around about tier 6, much like you, just because I find it makes up for the lacking of the view range. Don't need to know. What can I possibly say about people's rimming skills? I mean, yes, I agree with you, Sumgrass. The Comet is one of the tier 7s I've kept, which has vertical stabilizers, so base view range on the Type T-34 is 350 or 360 or something. Yeah, Heat 1S is very nice, I imagine. Oh dear. What have we got? AC1 Sentinel, sure. I can play the AC1. And the AC4, I can play both Sentinels, that's absolutely fine. Not a problem. Of course you don't have an ISX, although honestly, let's be on it. Let's be clear about this. Just for the record, the view range, base view range is 350 on the Type T-34, but you whack binos on and you get up to view range cap and you spot all the things. Let's be honest though, the IS6 is still a little bit, you know, clubbery, if we're going to be brutally honest. Binos, what's the base view range on the AC1? Base view range 350, and it's at tier 4, so although it's not particularly quick, we could do a similar kind of shtick depending on the map in question. Tier 5 match. That's not too bad. So this is the Sentinel AC1 Tier 4 British, technically Australian, but no one's keeping track, premium Tier 4 medium tank. It's not very good, but it can be good fun. The ace requirement for it seems pretty low. I've had first class masteries with like 600 base XP. I know it's only Tier 4, but even so, that does seem very low. And I didn't feel like I did a lot. I mean, it wasn't exactly huge amounts of damage or assistance damage. And assault on Erlenberg again! Woot woot! God, I'm getting this a lot. Right. See if we can make a difference. Indeed, up and at them, lads. Gotta love the national voices. And it will take us ages for us to get into position. It's like that game you and Schmidt were playing Arty and I just killed everything you aimed at. Oh, speaking of the Panzer Soufflé 4C, we have a Panzer Soufflé 4C. Oh no, that's the 4C, not the 4... Oh, I lose track. I know you meant the artillery one, and that's not the artillery one, that's the Death Toaster. Dear Churchill and Chi Nu. Rule number 1 of World of Tanks, don't go anywhere on your own. You need to have meat shields. Meat shields are your friend. Well, not your friends, but meat shields are good. Ablative armour. You can glue them onto the front of your tank. And we have a Largo who is engaging in a bit of team damage. Always good. I'm not going to shoot him or kill him, because I find it far more amusing to let people like that get themselves banned. And also he might actually be useful at some point, who knows. Oh dear. So as you can see, this tank is not particularly fast. It's the British 2-pounder gun with like 65 pen or something. 88 pen. Oh god, they're back there. Yep, there we go. And this is slightly awkward now. Wasn't expecting there to be so many people over there, but never mind. Right, never mind, he is dead. Matilda 4 and a Churchill 3 have just driven up alongside the river. Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to be somewhere else. Because I don't really want to face those guys, because they'd rip me apart, in short. The armour on this thing isn't bad for a Tier 4, but it's certainly not great. And they're engaging the Churchill 1. Switch to APCR, and then we can put shots to the front of the Churchill's turret, which is, believe it or not, the weak spot on that tank. Ooh, come on! Up the hill! But first, we can do something about that. Oh no, the M8A1 has already gone to a better place. If only I'd actually hit. And yes, we, well, might need APCR or might not for the M3 Lee. It does depend a little bit. Shouldn't do. With what, 80 odd? 88 penetration with regular AP rounds. We shouldn't need it. This gun is also not especially accurate, which is slightly irritating.
We didn't penetrate their armor.
If this gun would actually hit something, that would be spotted. That would be nice. Ba-doing! I mean, his penetration is also, sorry for knocking the microphone, is also pretty trash. And he's a tier higher. I'm not saying the Matilda 4 is a good tank, but it's kind of awkward tank for this machine to deal with sometimes. Ooh, come on! If you go across the open ground, then I can shoot you. No, you're dead. Never mind. Right. Well, at least it looks like we're going to win. Not that I've had a particularly spectacular game, but there we go. Okay, so we got a T-34, a T-28, a G1R. There's a T-67 somewhere who has not been spotted, which is slightly concerning because it's a T-67. And there's also an OI Experimental, which has been spotted, which is concerning because it's an OI Experimental, and if it hadn't been spotted, that would imply that it's not even in the game, and that would be good, because that thing is stupid. There we go. T-67 has finally been spotted, but in the process racks up another kill. So, yeah, go figure. Now what I might actually do here, on the basis that none of our tank destroyers are in a sort of tank destroyer-y location, what I might do is actually go not something I'd recommend with this tank or gun most of the time, but if I go back into this position, I can at least provide shots onto people crossing the bridge, which our tank destroyers are singularly failing to do. So I guess I'm going to give it a go. You are in a terrible position, because as soon as you fire, the camo rating of that bush is going to fail you, and that potentially means you're going to get shot at. Also, you're in my position, which is slightly irritating. But we still have the numerical advantage, so let's not write this game off just yet.
We've damaged them.
Nickel and dime this guy to death.
Enemy armor is hit. We
Ugh.
penetrate their armor.
Yes, I'm firing APCR at him, but he's got like 70mm of frontal armor at this range. I very much doubt I'm going to get through with the AP rounds. You saw me even bounce with the APCR rounds, so...
Penetration. That one bounced. Enemy armor is damaged.
There we go, matey boy, old chum, and you is dead. T67... The accuracy on this gun is not very good, and the aim time is also not very good, so you kind of have to let it aim for an awful long time
Enemy is hit.
before pulling the trigger. Oh, he's dead. And that just leaves the OI experimental. Now, he can one-shot me. Well, he can kill me with my remaining health. He's got 300 alpha on that gun. But screw it. Oh, he's dead. There we go. There's the Sentinel AC1. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Next up, I believe, was the Sentinel AC4, or whatever it's called. You just bought the Crested Duck. Good luck, evil genius, good luck. And yes, the Sentinel is a downgrade from the Matilda, but so are most tier 4s, to be fair. I agree the AC4 is a better Firefly for me. And yes, the Matilda has more basic pen. The Matilda has as much pen as I had with my APCR rounds there. I don't have the Firefly on this account. Sorry, I have the Firefly on my other account, but I'm not going to switch accounts. It'd just be confusing and awkward. The Little John adapter should be considered a consumable, but go figure. So yeah, third class mastery, meh. Not a particularly special game. Sorry about that. So that was the Sentinel AC1. Let's go out in the AC4, wherever it's gone. Where are you, you little blighter? You should be in around about the same... Oh, you're right next to it. I'm such an idiot. So... Here we go. Binos. What's the base view range on this thing? 360. Yeah, binos. So basically, if you compare this thing to the Sherman Firefly, the Firefly gets better gun handling. This thing gets better gun depression. Personally, I find the Firefly quite annoying. I prefer this. Personally. Other people's mileage may vary, and that's fine. But then I find that whole line, that right through the Firefly up into the higher tier British turreted tank destroyers, it's all pretty garbage. The Challenger I found fun, even if it's not very good. The Charioteer I didn't find fun, even though I'm sure many would argue it's better. The Conway is just painful. The Firefly I don't like. The highlight for that entire line for me was the Sherman 3 at tier 5. And that's exactly the same, or to all intents and purposes, that's the same as the American Sherman, so we already had one in the game. But I will go up that line on this account too at some point. So this is the tier 6 Sentinel. Basically it's like the other Sentinel, but with a bit more health, and a 17-pounder gun, so it's got a gun worth a damn, rather than the 2-pounder the previous tank had. No idea where I'm going, I'm just driving around like an idiot. And after this, I'm probably going to play something like the M103, because I really want to get a ×5 in that. But it's going to make me sad, because the M103 is a bad Conqueror, which is a bit of a shame. But there we go. There's a lot of mediums on each side, but where have all the TDs and artillery gone? Very bizarre. Ah, well, never mind. Not going to complain too much. You do get 10 degrees of gun depression with this tank, which is pretty sweet. Ya-da-da-dum, ya-da-da-dum. Interestingly, in World of Warships and the Nations tab, they have a Commonwealth tab, which presumably is for all the like Australian and I don't know if there were any Indian and whatnot machines from the period. But in World of Tanks we don't get that, so the 2 Sentinels, which are technically both Australian machines, are just plonked into the British tech tree as premiums, much like we had the Panzer T25 just there in the German tech tree as a premium, despite the fact that it was despite the fact that it was a Czechoslovakian machine. Similar case, of course, for the Panzer, the low-tier German light tanks, many of them. Do I really want to play peekaboo on this corner with all the rest of them? Probably not, but it looks like I'm doing it anyway. And this 17-pounder gun is certainly not bad. VK is being brave. He has grown balls. No idea how well that's going to pan out for him, but he's being brave. And as he's actually pushing up, we're going to join him. Because then we can kill these guys, and then it looks like we're probably going to have to head back to our base, because bad things are happening. In fact, the very first game I played in this thing, it was on a stream, people had requested it, and it was on this map as well. Random tidbit of useless information for you. Let's take out the Type 58. There goes the STRV, and now I'm going to head back to base. Because the enemy clearly won the other flank. One day I really need to invest in a better headset or a better microphone or something. But that takes money, and teachers don't get paid a huge amount. Ah well, c'est la vie. And I am currently trying to conserve money and save money for the purposes of a mortgage. I know, boring things are boring. Those guys... No, they're behind a load of rocks. If I go over here, I might be able to pew-pew them. Possibly. We'll see. Suck it and see. I don't really know this map very well, especially since it got changed. So this may or may not work. I don't really know. Oh, sweet. There we go.
We've damaged them.
And one more would finish this fellow off. Oh, S35 gets it. Fair enough. Close but no cigar. And he is done. And that just leaves the M6 and the Sav. So let's drive across the open and see if we can spot them. And then pew-pew them. Oh, speaking of the Sav. Is he just hunkering down? Not that I could blame him if he were. Yeah, it looks like it. Alright. There goes our Panzer 4H. So. Ah, botherations. Well, he's dead. And that was an M6. I'm behind a rock, what are you going to do? Get shot at a lot, apparently. You gonna come and try and kill me? Oh, bless. There we go. Of the two machines, tier for tier, I would say the AC4 is much better, personally. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Where are we in terms of chat? You've never seen a 252 in battle? Good lord. I can't stand the Firefly because it's so damn slow, agreed. I haven't tried the Achilles yet, so I don't know about that. Downgrade M4 Sherman, only 10 gun depression. Yeah. Firefly is just meh, I agree with you. 252, you can probably beat a T10 if they're around the same skill. I don't know. M103, yes, saw that coming a mile off. Well, yeah, I did say I'd probably play it. Wait a minute, you've already played the line on gerbils. I don't like it, and you're going to get it on chip anyway. Yes, for the sake of completeness, because I'm that sort of person. Slowly, I'll get there. Slowly. Has the Churchill game carrier given you a taste for bad British TDs? What can I say? M4 used to have the best gun depression at tier 5, but now it's the Swedish one. Correct. It's not too bad. Was fun, much fun humiliating people with that thing. CGC, oh god. Yeah, and yes, the M103 is horrible. Yes, I'm a teacher. I'm a science teacher, specifically physics. I do not teach modern dance. Anyone seeing me, you know, do modern dance would probably go, nah! I mean, yeah. You'd recommend getting the blue snowball someday, as everyone and their mother seems to be talking about how great it is. It's cheap and has a nice quality. You can also pop field. Okay, cool. I'll bear that in mind. Thank you, Casey. I have no idea why I sang that. It's not the gun that's the biggest problem with the fact that it has very little usable armor combined with less than stellar speed for such armor. Yes. Big damage, one-shot boom, please. Sure. The thing with the M103 is that with the Conqueror in the game, I don't see any reason why you'd ever choose to play it. So if you compare it, basically, if you compare it to the Conqueror, they're very similar tanks, designed for a very similar purpose. The M103 has better hull armor than the Conqueror, but it's very RNG dependent. Sometimes people will go through you, sometimes people they won't. The lower front plate is a bit of a problem, and so are the frontal ammo racks, much like the Conqueror. The side armor is not very good, but much like the Conqueror, but you do get bigger tracks, so you can side scrape slightly more effectively than the Conqueror. However, and the two are comparably mobile. Then we get to the turret. Having gotten used to the T29 and the T32, you might be expecting a good turret, but if we actually have a look at it, the turret is made of garbage. The rear of this turret I can pen with HE, and the rear of the hull actually. Side of the turret I can pen with pretty much anything. It's a huge target as well. And if you look at the turret from the front, you've got this commander's cupola and all of this roof that can be relatively easily penetrated by pretty much anything it meets. Basically anything above about this line can be penned with relative ease. So the turret armor is not very good. So what you end up with is, although the M103's armor is very RNG dependent in my experience, sometimes it bounces a good amount, sometimes it doesn't. Although the M103's armor is in places better than the Conqueror, I find the Conqueror has better usable armor, because the Conqueror has a really solid turret, which you can actually use. And then you look at the guns, and the Conqueror's gun, sorry, the M103's gun is just worse than the Conqueror's. So, yeah, I find the Conqueror pretty horrible. Ah, you haven't played since New Year's. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I agree with Drac. Everything Drac said. The gun is okay, but it's not great. The problem I have is that this tank is incredibly similar to the Conqueror. And I played the Conqueror first. So I think this is pretty trashy. If I'd played the M103 first, maybe I'd have slightly better things to say about it, but I'm not convinced. Yeah. It's as if Wargaming went, right, in general, the American heavy tank line is much better than the British heavy tank line. How are we going to make people grind the British heavy tank line? I know. Let's make the Tier 9 better. Not the Tier 10? Nah, the Tier 9! We don't actually want the Tier 10 being better. That would be silly. So let's make the Tier 9 better. Alright, let's make the Tier 9 better then. So they did. And so the Tier 9 is better. The Tier 8 is not. The Tier 7 is very definitely not. The Tier 6 is not. The Tier 5 is not. The Tier 10, haven't played, but doesn't... The American one looks a bit better, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know. And this is the amazing speed of it. It's just like 30-something. It's very mediocre. That's the thing with the M103. Its good points are very mediocre, and its bad points are positively naff. Doesn't have any proper good points. Bit of a shame. There go our light tanks, by the way. That was a useful platoon, wasn't it? But I've won a couple of games, so, you know. Probably going to lose a couple. But we'll see how it goes. It'd be really nice if we actually had some light tank. Oh, we do have one light tank left. We have an RU. Okay, that's not too bad. This is really awkward fight. Because whilst the M103 does have better gun depression than the Conqueror, 8 degrees, it's not amazing. Conqueror has 7, which is also very much not amazing. And that's an typical 215B. That's the British Tier 10. Quite a lot of hit. Oh dear. Quite a lot of hit points. Very high DPM. Put one into the Centurion Action X there. Very high. Oh Jesus. And there's a T-32 just blonking one in the slightly angled side of our turret. Come on, T-32. Do it for Daddy. You know you want to. Oh, okay. Now the problem I have is, because our team don't control that central hill, even slightly, if I try and push around to engage the FV, they're going to shoot me in the side of the turret again, and again, and again, and again, which has made this incredibly awkward. So screw it. I'm going to go the other way. And hope I don't get tank destroyer. And they've got no artillery. But hopefully I won't get TD'd. Ferdinand is down. Oh, and I meet the FV down here as well. Trying to back off, mate. I am trying to back off for you. This is actually a slightly awkward position. Nope, nope, nope. Shouldn't even bother. Don't even know why I'm bothering. Made that mistake before. Don't. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nope. Whew. 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 Do not get into a hull down fight with a Conqueror. You will just lose. That does not have a good outcome for you. Pew! Yay! I was able to damage a Tier 7 light tank. Woot woot. Go me. Let's keep that T10 there. See if anyone can finish him off. Nope. It's a shame. Never mind. Put one into the FV because his lower plate, front plate is made of garbage, and that's an AMX. Which makes me quite sad. Still reloading. Is anyone watching our rear? Oh, the scoreline's 3-7. Ugh. Bounced off the... Oh, it's a 110. Whoops, I thought that was a T10. My bad. Oh well. Oh, and the situation is, as I've mentioned before, really goddamn awkward. Can't go backwards because that Jagdpanther will just nuke us. Can't go forwards because everything else will nuke us. FV's almost down, which is nice. But there's not that much I can really do with that information right about now. There goes the T10. Okay. Okay, that's good. But I don't want that Centurion just shooting me in the flank, or the T-32 if it's still there, or any bugger else. There goes the FV. Okay. Bounced one from the Panther 88. That was more than a little bit lucky, and we've evened this up a bit. E75. Okay, the Jagdpanther's dead, although the E75 did get a bit wrecked doing it. There probably isn't really anyone camping back there because of the Scorpion. But I still can't go around there because I'm still going to get absolutely wrecked by anyone on the hill. God damn it. Okay, that being the case, I'm going to reposition assuming that they're going to try and overwhelm that IS-7. I'd like to have the elevated ground, but I didn't want to take the risk. Although now, actually, I could have taken the risk getting up there. Ah, well. Now, Tiger's down. I think the Panther's oh, Panther's there. Screw this. Let's try and actually get some damage done this game. Don't want to get shanked by that Lorraine, but so hopefully we can avoid the shanking. Put one into that AMX. M48 pattern, I'm not really sure what he thinks he's going to achieve there. But I'll take the Panther out anyway, and that just leaves the 110 and the Lorraine. And the Lorraine can happily kill me, so we need to be careful here, especially because the 110 is pretty much a goner. Well, we managed 2,000 damage in the end. Nothing particularly special. Nothing to really get excited about, but we survived, and it looks like we should win this. Hurrah! So I don't have to play the M103 again today. Yippee! Damage blocked by our armour, 630. That's a rock. And he's dead. Sweet. If you like the M103, that's fine. If you like the M103, you'll probably really like the Conqueror, I guess. You hate physics? No! Physics is awesome. Probably explains why I haven't played it for months. Yeah. Okay, so the upper front plate of the 252 is very good, and I do think the 252 is probably too good. But do bear in mind that what was I saying? God, it's just, oh yeah, do bear in mind that the lower front plate can be penned, of course, by, oh my god, about 220 pen. I'm not saying that that shouldn't be the case or something, but go figure. It's a very good game. Without physics, you would be dead. True facts. True fact. How the hell was that second class? Oh well, I'll take it. I guess I was shooting higher tiers some of the time. Twice. Whatever. There we go. Slowly grinding our way towards the T110E5. Emphasis on the slowly. You asked for something with a big sod-off gun, didn't you? Well, no. Okay, I'm going to try and keep it to tanks that I'm actually grinding, which means I'm not going to go and jump in the KV2 unless someone specifically requests it. So we'll try the Object 704 again. Pew! And see if we can pull something out. Stock T54E1. Well, that's because you get the 90mm gun from the T69, which wasn't particularly good on the T69. At least from what I've heard. I haven't actually played either of the tanks. I'm currently, well, I've had the T69 unlocked for ages. It's just a case of getting a crew to go up there, because the crew I was going to use, well, it's a girly crew and they're in my T71. T71 is made of awesome. Nothing wrong with a girly crew, it's just they're not leaving my T71. So they're not going further up the line, so I need another crew to go further up the line. I'm not having my girly crew go further up, my girly crew are staying right where they are, right where I want them. Right, we are back to bloody Paris. Woohoo! God, I hate this map. Anyway, I'm not going to go to the damn field. I hate the field on this map so much. And whilst this is not exactly what you'd call a brawling tank, I mean, I don't have a turret, I can at least trade people in the face for 750 alpha, which will make them think twice before doing things I don't like. So, there is that. Okay. This is slightly curious. Oh, bother. He moved out of the way just as I pulled the trigger. That makes me a bit sad. Is that T-55A really gonna just cross the open brazenly like that? Seems so, and no one's even gonna spot him in the process. What is this? The middle of the map has been left completely open, which I find a little disconcerting. Oh well. Tiger 2. Type 4 heavy, yeah, that was predictable. WZ-111, yeah. Whoa, okay, I got spotted, that makes me a sad panda. And TVP seems to want to do something nasty with my rear end. Surprise! Okay, screw that. He got more wrecked than I did though, so worth it. No, I don't have... I thought I had the gun arc to shoot him, but I didn't. Never mind. And I couldn't shoot the LTTB. T-28 heavy tank concept. This is a big boy's world, mate. 876. Seems legit. This is a man's world. Right, is that T-28? No, he's dead. Cool. I was going to say, is he still alive? And if so, how? Oh no, I has been spotted. I'm pretty sure they know I'm here anyway. Don't want to push around that corner because the AMX 5100 will just giggle and take all my health away. Okay. We need to do some... We need to do something about that WZ and the Type 4 Heavy. So... They are apparently down there somewhere. Not that they're anywhere to be seen. And we just lost another tonk. Well, I'm not just going to sit here forever. As well as that being incredibly boring. It's not achieving anything. It's possible those guys have moved around. No, that's not going to work. Ba-doing! That, however, is also not going to work. Oh, then again, he bounced on me. I mean, I can't really complain too much. That 5100 really needs to go to a better place. Right. Come on, guys, push around that corner. Our KV4's almost dead. He's on fire and almost dead. You know you want to push around that corner. You just know you do. There's only him, a Black Prince, around here. There's no Object 704. There's no Object 704 in this game, and we're not losing this 5-9. Oh, okay, fine. Yes, I'm spotted. Well done. Incoming horde of light tanks. Yippee-ki-yay. And I can't really do much about them. La 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 la. 46. Crikey. Track damage. This is why I hate these guns. Because you fire, you only take the tracks off and then you're left reloading for bloody ages. I am not a fan of the Object 704. Oh, come on. Gun depression failed me. Oh. Right at the end. There we go. And I got artilleried in the middle of a city. Yes! There we go. There's the Object 704. Nah. I don't, yeah, just no. Don't like it. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. I only like watching the big gun Soviet TDs. I hate to play it. Too meh for my taste because I only like faster. Yeah. I don't even like bush camping in an ISU, to be honest. I don't find it satisfying at all. I find it just... I find playing the Object 704, the ISU, all that jazz, I find it about as satisfying as I find playing artillery. It's boring, RNG based, and just so dull. But there we go. There's the big damage you asked for. There's the ISU, not the ISU, sorry, there's the Object 704. Of course, people are welcome to request other things, even if I don't like them, that's fine. I'll still give them a go. What else have I got? I've got another medium that I'm actually trying to grind at the minute. Not really. I don't think. I guess I'm trying to get a crew in the M4 Sherman that doesn't suck. SU-122-44. You like choosing the tanks I don't like, don't you? SU-122-44, sure. Taking away huge hit points is fun, sure, but they don't do it reliably. And for me, if it's not reliable, it's not fun. I like something to do what I want it to do, if that makes sense. So I like the KV2 because, contrary to popular belief, the KV2 is reliable. It's got terrible accuracy, but you don't even need to get a hit to do damage. So the KV2 is actually, in my opinion, very reliable. But it's these, yeah, things like the 152mm guns on the ISU and whatever. Not a fan. This is a tier 7 match. We're bottom tier again. Woohoo! Garbage spawn again. Yay! Let's see what we can do. And bad crew again. Well, that's the reason for playing it, to be fair. I probably shouldn't be knocking these things over. Yeah, of course he was going to duck down. He wouldn't be... Never mind. Why is there a KV-1 in the middle of the... Never mind. Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. There was, and now there is not. That's all that's relevant from that entire thing. After this match, I'm going to go and grab myself another drink, and then I'll be back in like, literally a minute or two. Probably not even that. Kitchen's not far. Oh, terrain. Yeah. HE shells don't go through obstacles, so yeah. Boo. Boo. Oh, there he is. Huh. Somehow I actually got spotting, despite the fact that I don't actually remember spotting that fella. Oh, he's dead. Don't want to get artilleried. Goodbye. Feel some American dirt, Swedish scum. Damn you and your neutrality. Great. I don't actually think Swedes are scum, by the way, just in case that wasn't glaringly obvious. Pew! Sniping with a derp gun. Always fun. Right, our Sturer Emil nuked... Sorry, their Sturer Emil nuked our T-150. So, there's a Sturer Emil out there, which shouldn't come as a great surprise to anyone, to be fair. Tank destroyers are camping at the back of the map, with an open stretch of ground in front of them. In other news, rain is wet, grass is green, sky is blue, and shit still smells. Come on, little type. I know you've got a nice rock there, but I ain't gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna stab you a bit and steal your stuff. Nope. Okay. This is slightly awkward because I have not got a particularly good view range on this tank because I have it kitted out for derpitude rather than spotting things. This is not what I would call a sensibly kitted out tank necessarily, but it's there to get me through the M4 Sherman ace grind. And the Sturer Emil nukes another tank. We really need someone with a bit of view range. Unfortunately, that ain't me. I also don't have sixth sense, so I have no idea when I get spotted. Let's try and do something about that Jagdpanther. Let's try and do something about that Sturer Emil. 80! Yeah! Shot didn't actually go where I wanted it to. I'm gonna go into the town. If this is just not working. Let's try and make it. Because of course you do. Let's try and make this engagement shorter range. I really could have done with that, like half my health. Well, at least he got a low roll. Small mercies and all that. Seriously, guys, stop driving across an open field towards a bunch of TDs. That's not a particular... Oh, crud. I might die here. Nope, still alive. It's not a good game plan. And we lose our VK. And there goes our Crusader. Oh. Bother. And our artillery is actually in the town. Sorry, their artillery. Apparently has gotten bored and is coming to kill us all. So let's get the drop on him first. Yeah. Never mind. Still did more damage than we have health, and we were still bottom tier, so all things considered, that wasn't too bad for us. Just, I don't know, someone on our team sucked out, or someone on their team was better. It's the reason I prefer the Derp KV1 to the 85. I found both of them alright, to be fair. What is it that makes a man turn neutral? Say your dating policy. Oh dear. Oh dear. I just find the I guess high risk, high reward is one way of looking at it. I just find it frustrating and not fun. So it's not really for me. There we go. Okay, our T25 and Shiri both did alright, so I'm not having a go at them. SU-122 made about one shot and died. Yeah. Comet didn't do well. Yeah. You were asking about the SU-122-44. Here we go. If it's a tier 7 match, I'll be happy. If it's a tier 9 match, I'll be sad. It's a tier 8 match. I'm neutral on this. I guess I'm feeling Swedish. What can I say? Oh dear. Right. Ho-hum. Mid-tier. Okay. So the SU-122-44, for anyone who doesn't know, tier 7 Soviet TD. 390 alpha damage actually gets higher DPM than the E-25. The difference is higher DPM and higher alpha damage means that, you know, in a direct close range fight, this thing rips the E-25 a new one. However, the E-25 gets limited matchmaking. So, tier 8 games are the worst that it sees. This thing does not. This thing gets into tier 9 games, and in tier 9 games, it's leaving a little bit to be desired. Let's put it that way. Now, I don't actually have mine set out as a camper, because I find that boring, and also because I don't really see much point in playing the SU-122-44 if you're just going to camp. It's not really a campy tank. I have mine fitted out more as, let's say, an assault gun. Can't actually shoot past that rock, apparently. Thought/hoped that I might have been able to. Can I actually? No. The rock's just stubbornly going to be in my way. Alright, fine. That's annoying. No, he's gone. Hopefully that hit. Oh, and we destroyed his track. Sweet. Nah, that went high. Screw it. I thought he was going to repair his track, so I didn't think it was worth aiming too long. Boom, 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 boom. So far, in terms of losses, the game is relatively even. We'll see how long that holds out for. I mean, the SU-122-44, it's basically like a lot of the Soviet... Oh, Christ. Like a lot of the Soviet... why is he spamming HE? Premiums, it's a low-tier clubber. Oh, God. And now he's angled his plate back. So it's actually going to be awkward to PEM. No, never mind. It's a low-tier clubber. It doesn't like meeting anything that has some armour and can fight back. That is not what this tank likes. It likes shooting things that struggle to hurt its angled from upper front plate, and that it can penetrate, and that this alpha damage and DPM can just rip apart. That's what it likes doing. Doesn't mean it always gets to do that, but that's what it ideally would like to do. All of the time. How did that shot miss? Now I can damage this guy from the front if I put shots into his commander's hatch. Just gonna load a HE round here. Finish this guy off. There we go. And let's go and see if we can do something about this CDC. Large caliber gun though, 122mm gun, means the HE rounds are pretty good. 530 alpha, 64 pens, so I was capable of finishing off that AMX there, which was nice. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Not really playing this very assaulty, I know. But in a tier 8 game, your armour is not really worth a huge amount. Although I have bounced a shot here, I've basically kitted this out for tier 7 matches. There we go. One into the AMX here. I've kitted it out for tier 7 matches, essentially. Because it's kind of the point of this tank, really. Nah. Accuracy... Oh, I got spotted as well. Accuracy does leave quite a lot to be desired, alas. Still got that AMX CDC down there somewhere who will spot me if I kind of really move too far. So with that in mind, let's take a bit of a sojourn. Pretty sneaky tank though, low profile, in common with a lot of the Soviet TDs, or a lot of the Soviet machines, and I got spotted. God damn it. Guess that CDC is probably running optics or something. I assume it's the CDC that's spotting me. Could be wrong, but that's my assumption. So let's try and put a bit more distance between the two of us. Any hope that I'll be able to blat him? Nah, not really. There goes our lurver. WZ-111 is also going to be quite a tricky target to face, certainly after its buff. So the lower front plate, there goes our KV-2, and the score lines are suddenly even as these teams continue to get ahead and then throw it all away. Obviously I've had a dry patch myself. I haven't really done a lot for the last few minutes, to be fair. So I shouldn't be too harsh on the team, I guess. Let me guess, our OI is about to die and that will leave us one tank behind. Nope, that will leave us two tanks behind. Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Hoo, 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 hoo. Good lord. Ouchies. So that was a thing that happened, and I kind of feel sorry for that poor... Oh, come on, no, I don't have a blasted... And this E25 is perma-tracking me. Nothing I can do. I've already used my repair kit. If I had a turret, I could at least point the gun in his direction. There we go. C'est la vie. Yeah, with hindsight, I guess their E25 was always going to move up onto that hill. He was spamming full APCR as well, which of course doesn't help. And this looks like it's going to be a loss. But in anything other than a tier 7 match, the SU-122-44 is kind of outmatched. And I refuse, well, no, I'm not going to say I refuse to camp with it, because I did just camp with it. But it is not a particularly campy TD. Yeah, not a fan. Alright, see you, Sumgrass. Have a good evening. He could have done the same thing with AP, to be fair. It's his credits, he does with it what he wants. Wargaming have put the feature in the game, so it's not his fault for using it. Hi, Ken! The teams are terrible, but, you know, yeah, that game was pretty indicative of the number we've had. Remember the city I accidentally named? Now it's drowning in its own sewerage. Wonder what that could mean. Oh, thanks for that, Casey. Thanks for that very much. Right, keeping with the theme of TDs then, I'm going to try and go back and get my ×5 in the Jagdpanther. Oh, I said I was going to get a drink. Botherations. I'll get the drink in a minute. So, we're here on Fisherman's Bay. Yeah, Fisherman's Bay, bottom tier. But we'll see if we can do some good all the same. I'm still trying to get it. Yeah, you'll get there eventually, Ken. I've tried to get a double, or ×5 today, I guess, in this thing at least once today already, and failed miserably, so we'll see if this is any more successful. Come on! Sorry. It will get me... Cheers, Scorp. You're a pal. I've unlocked the Ferdy already, for anyone who missed it. I haven't played the Ferdinand today, I haven't got a crew for it, I haven't bought it, I've just unlocked it. I just meant for anyone who didn't miss the information and found it vaguely interesting, which you may not. I'm just wittering. But I haven't unlocked the Jagdpanther II, hence I'm still playing this thing. I probably won't keep it, although I think it is one of the best Tier 7 TDs. At Tier 7 you really feel the lack of a turret, and not in a good way. Oh god, I got spotted. Ugh, that's disgusting. And shot. Okay, let's just go somewhere else. Yes, stop spamming the map, RT. I don't know what you think anyone's going to be able to do about it. Worth a punt. Although maybe not if it got me spotted. I'm playing a lot of TDs today, which is probably a mistake, because I don't, general rule of thumb, massively like tank destroyers. But, you know, there are some exceptions. As with anything in life, there's always an exception to the rule. Right. Whoa, that was a bit of a dramatic way to no longer be a problem. Missed. Oh, the Panther's pushed right up. Okay. The other issue with playing Tier 7 TDs is I don't really understand why you'd bother when you could just play a Panther. But then I know a lot of people don't like the Panther, and I do. So I appreciate that might be a slightly alien perspective to some. Can I get up here without exposing myself to the Jagdtiger? And hence, can I shoot this blasted T-34? Yes, I can. Right, that's him dealt with. I'm just going to get artilleried if I sit here, which is slightly problematic. And our team is collapsing. Got one into the Jagdtiger 88. He was angled down. Oh, for goodness sake. And I got spotted, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I was far enough behind a bush for that not to be the case. Oh well, I guess someone else spotted me, and I get artilleried. Yay! Artillery! Put a shot through the guy's upper front plate because it was angled down, so it was more favourable than the lower front plate. Hello, Bloodfist. I apologise. I don't speak any language that uses Cyrillic. Sorry about that. So I have no idea what you're saying. Yeah, I play my fair share of single-player games when I have the chance. Exceptions to the rule, things like the Jagdpanther IV, I enjoy. Jackson. Some of the lower tier tank destroyers, but by the time you get to the mid to high tiers, the lack of a turret really is there. You don't like TDs? Sacrilege! Go to the gulag! Well, what can I say? I don't, as a general rule of thumb. Having almost 3 times the alpha damage is a decent reason. Yeah, but it doesn't make up for the lack of a turret. Sorry, but it just... The lack of a turret really is a big problem. Out of curiosity, let's find out what Bloodfist is saying. Let's try this. So... talking about permission? I have no idea what he's talking about. Permissions for something? In the first case, apparently, this is according to the ever-reliable Google Translate, of course. And the second one, are you Russian? No. I'm a Brit. Sorry, I do not speak Russian or any related language, I apologise. I just don't. Panther 88, sure. Ah, the wonders of Google Translate. Hello, Bloodfist! Hello, 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 hello. Okay, so we've got a request for the Panther 88. Never actually played it, so we'll see what it's like. This will be my first game. And artillery. Oh dear. I can play the Jackson as well if you'd like. Next up, Panther 88 then. Okay, let's not watch this too much. Might be a win, might be a loss. We shall see. Panther 88. Not played it. We'll see how it goes. We lost the SU game because of course we did. Oh dear. Oh, my blind shot actually hit on the Lorraine. That's hilarious. Always good. Oh, just what is this? Maybe they got caught out, and if so, fair enough. Everyone has a naff game, but yeah. Anyway, less said about that the better. So we're going with the Panther 88, and because I haven't actually played it yet, I don't actually have a crew who are just ready to go into it. So let's slap my Panther II crew in. I feel I should point out, by the way, the fact that my Panther II crew is a girl crew, don't read too much into that. It's more because I like the look of the E50 and the E50M, and I'm fairly confident I'm going to want to keep at least one of them, and so I thought I'd recruit a girly crew for that. Hello, Yaroslav. Hello to Russia. Hi. In case you hadn't noticed, I am not Russian myself, but you are very welcome to join us. If you've got anything you would like to see played, by all means request it, and I shall either play that if I can, or if I can't, because I don't own it or something like that, I'll try and play something fairly similar. So this is the Panther 88, German Tier 8 premium tank. Never played it before in my life. It's a Panther with an 88mm gun, hence Panther 88. You can see the naming convention there really coming across nice and strong, can't you? What tanks do they have? What tanks do we have? La la, let's just go into the... Thank you for shooting me in the bum, whoever that was. Thankfully it bounced. Try not to do that again. Let's just try and go into the wood and see what happens. Whee! So, it's going to be a Panther hull. Panther hull, armour-wise, is okay at Tier 7. Tier 8, probably not so much. Nope, no shot on the titty bee. That's a shame. And I get spotted, and that MO1 is probably going to auto-load me. Nah, that was a terrible shot. Probably going to auto-load me in the side, which will make me a very sad panda indeed. But let's see how it goes. Bum bum bum. There's lots of people here. Gosh. Oh, that ML1 is going to be a pain in the backside with his redonkulous gun depression, isn't he? He's hiding behind that ridgeline, though. Okay. So, that being the case... Oh, we've already lost a tank. That being the case... Ugh, no, he turned off. Let's see if we can pew-pew these guys. No! Oh no, he's shooting someone else. Sure, fine, whatever. Sorry mate, I'm not trying to nuzzle you, it's just, no idea where that shot went. And literally no one has gone over by the base. Oh, for goodness sake. And we lost a Cromwell. La 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 la. Alright. problem is, if I pop over here, that Emil is just going to auto-load me hard. Like that. And that one bounced. Let's kill him. Okay. Well, that's one of them down. 6-3. Okay. And they're no longer capping. Sweet. That's something. So, I wasn't expecting the armour to hold up to much, because it's a Panther hull at tier 8, and so far the armour hasn't held up to much. The gun... a little underwhelming, if I'm going to be honest. Oh, I got spotted. That's a bit of a bummer. No artillery in this match, though, so don't have to be quite as cautious as I might be ordinarily. Nah. Okay, let's go behind. Oh, really? Back, 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 back. They have a T-28 prototype and there's no artillery, which means he's going to be stubborn to remove, like a bad stain. And there's loads of them over by the capture circle, which really doesn't help. Okay, I probably should have gone over to the other flank, if I'm going to be honest. I was hoping... Oh, there we go. Oh god, no. No, 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 no. Emil has only got one shot left in him. And this... I'm not trying to block you, mate, but... Don't! I was trying to kill the Emil so that you wouldn't get shot. Probably my bad, because he needed to get back. First impressions of the Panther 88, not very good. Then again, you could argue the combat was a bit too close ranged for it. But then the shots I took at long range didn't really do anything either. So first impressions of this thing are, I'd rather drive a Panther II. But we shall see. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Any chance of using the Panzer B2? Yeah, I can play the Panzer B2. That was a terrible game from me, though. I will jump back into... the Panther 88 in a sec. What do you mean not playing it? It's a pre... Yeah, but I don't... I will play it once I've got, like, equipment for it and stuff. And I only recently kitted it out with equipment. That's all. I came and asked, there is a Russian, we just have people come on stream towards foreigners and talking about her and the aliens on them. No idea, mate, sorry. A Soviet tank, okay. And the whole Soviet tank, the game is biased towards Soviet tanks, is a load of garbage, by the way, before anyone starts spouting it. I'm not going to go through and translate all the Cyrillic, so if there's something you want to say, translate it yourself, and I'll try and do the best I can. Please try artillery. Artillery is up next, so I'm going to play another artillery game, then I'll go back to the Panther 88, and then the Jackson. I'm on the EU server. I'm not on the RU server. I don't want to play... I don't end up playing that much with artillery for two reasons. Oh, someone's mentioned the KV2. I don't end up playing much with artillery for two reasons. Firstly, that's alright, Creepy, not a problem. Firstly, because it's going to change soon anyway. And secondly, because currently in the game it is garbage in every single respect. It is absolutely terrible. Terrible to play against and terrible to play as. If you want to try and think of it about overpowered, underpowered, and all the rest of that trash that people like to associate with tanks, it is underpowered. In my opinion. But more importantly, it's just badly balanced, which is more the point. Let me just take the binos off of this. I don't enjoy playing it. It's boring and frustrating to play, and like I say, they're massively changing it next patch anyway. So... I am looking forward to those changes, both... What? both to play as and to play against. I'm looking forward to them. You can indeed request a light tank. Yep, sure. If you're very lucky, we may even get a half-decent game in a light tank. Probably not, but worth a punt. Whoa, deja vu. Back on Erlenberg again. Yay, I'm getting Erlenberg a lot lately. I said I'd get a drink. God damn it. I will remember. There's a lot of Cyrillic on the EU server. I mean, bear in mind, it will depend, Bloodfist, where you live. If you live closer to an EU server than you do a Russian server, I guess then you'll get better latency on the EU server, so why not play on it? Makes sense. It does to me anyway. I know some Australians, for example, play on the American server, and some play on the Southeast Asian server. It's just a matter of preference. I could go and play on the Russian server, I just have no real desire to. I might get a US account at some point, because I would actually... There are some people I would actually quite like to play with. Oh no, there's a lemming train going across the river. Oh god. So yeah, there are actually people... I'm probably going to take one shot and then bug out. There are actually people I'd like to play with on the US server. And I at least know one or two people on the Southeast Asian server, but I don't really know anyone on the Russian servers, and probably in no small part to the fact, due to the fact that I don't speak Russian, and there's no particular reason I would expect a lot of them to speak English. Whereas on the American servers, obviously America, or the Americas, English is quite a prominent language. Southeast Asian server, of course, you've got the Australians and New Zealanders. Screw it. See if we can derp on my favourite tank. And in case you hadn't noticed, that favourite was written in giant great air quotes. This guy has a gun perfectly capable of hurting tier 10s, so this is not just picking on low tiers. That is taking out a very valuable target that needs to die. Get rebalanced. Wait, I did a thing. Has everyone just gone over to the other side of the map? Gosh. Oh, you beauty. No. Stay still for daddy. Come on. God damn it. Oh, well, I guess I can't really complain too much after that shot on the ISU. 1-3. This, by the way, is why you don't cross the river. Ooh. Now that is a shot worth taking if I can. He's used his repair cat. Oh, bother. Nope, never mind. Unfortunately, I'm shooting at quite long range, and artillery is not very accurate. This is actually nicely highlighting the RNG nature of the class, though. It either does nothing, or, well, not always one-shots, but it's quite common for it either to do nothing or to wreck people. Can we finish off the object? Probably not. Well, we did a little bit of splash damage to him. 1-4, 1-5, and there's very little I can do to influence the outcome of this game. And this is why you do not cross the river on this map. It's a terrible, terrible idea. It's always a terrible idea. And yet, people still do it. Never mind. No one's going to spot those guys for me, so let's just try and blat this lot as they come steaming round the corner, I guess. Can I do something about this T110E4? No, he stopped. That's a shame. Well, my mission is to try and kill an artillery piece, so with that in mind, and get 2k damage done. Well, if I can kill this artillery piece, then I need to land like one more hit. No idea. He might have shimmied. Screw it. Nah, worth a punt. That's me being a little bit selfish, because I do not think we're going to be able to win this game, and I certainly don't think I'm going to be able to influence the outcome of it very much, because I'm playing artillery. It's not as if I'm going to be able to carry the game right at the end or anything. And is this guy going to get inside my effective range? Because there's... yeah, he is. Can't shoot him. That's a shame. He's probably going to wreck us. So, let's have a go at some of the others. Okay, we deleted him. There we go. There are 3 of us left. Udas, myself, and this Lorraine. And I got artillery. I mean, yeah. I should have probably picked a slightly less predictable path, but never mind. That is why I don't play artillery. It's just not very good. Just by the way, I've got 35 minutes left, apparently, to let you know. I have been informed. So I'll be running until 7:15. So of the tanks I've got remaining, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we'll see how far I get through those of the request tanks I've got left. We may... yeah, we'll try and get through them. We'll see if we can. Ba-dum-ba-bum. If I missed anything chat-wise... hello, Bogdan. Repair cat. Yeah, it might be nice. Yeah, the RNG giveth, RNG taketh away. And yes, I'm having a string of bad games. I've got the Panzer B2 on the list, Ken. 2 of the 3 kills by the team. Yep. Missed my chance to request CGC. Sorry. I'm not. That's a lie. So, 1,762 damage. Done. Did we hit a blind shot or something? Oh, yeah, we killed the waffle right at the end. Never mind. Apparently I am a weekend bot and retard child. Gotta love it when people... who is that Trueback? Let me guess. He is... no, who is he? I don't even know who this guy is. Oh well. Doesn't matter. No, I don't want to send a message. What am I doing? I want to... add him to my blacklist. That's what I want to do. There we go. So that was the artillery game. Still yet to get a win in it, but never mind. I said I was going to play the Panther 88 again because that game was an utter travesty. Oh, I know who it might have been. And if it is, then he's got... he's, is it the Panther... who is it? Indian Panzer? No. Titanium Pixie. Nope. No idea who it is. Not got a Scooby. Oh well. Right, let's try... I said I'd try the Panther 88 once more. So, let's take out the Panther 88 and see if we can get a slightly better run out than before. I don't own the Borsig, and because I only have a limited amount of time left, I won't be able to take any more requests, Trilog, sorry. Sorry, Mr. ACBD, I apologise. The best I would have would be the Sturer Emil on that line anyway. So, apologies about that. See you, Hentai. Again, I'm going to have to say I won't have time for any more requests, so I apologise, Baldrick, I won't be able to play the Indian. I don't actually have a crew for it, and I've sold the Indian anyway. So I wouldn't really be able to play it regardless. Tier 10 match for my second game, hurrah! We have more mediums, hopefully we should be able to win the hill. Let's try and make that happen as best as we can. Ooh. I spotted some peeps. And I got spotted by peeps as well. Which makes me a slightly sad panda. It means I don't want to go up there because you end up crossing a section where people can very happily and very easily nail you in the side. Hopefully I'm unspotted now. So I'll try the crossing now. And if I still get wrecked, well... screw it, that's life. Got spotted for that, but I'm not going to stress about that too much. Centurion Action X is getting the ever-loving stuffing kicked out of him. Let's see if we can join in the stuffing kicking. Scorpion G down there as well. Spar Panzer 1C and Pershing just around the corner there. They do have a bunch of tank destroyers though, which means we do need to be rather careful. Because we do not want to suddenly get absolutely wrecked by TDs. That would be rather unfortunate. Don't have shots on the Jagdtiger. Don't really want to just careen down towards the base because of the aforementioned TD related issues, but I will plonk shots into this Jagdtiger if he's not going to give us his frontal armour. Where is he? He's behind a thing. Go on guys, kill him. Okay, T125 and someone else heading towards our base, so let's try and put shots into their sides. Those guys can be left assaulting the base, I guess. No, they are in our base, eating our delicious, delicious cookies. How dare they eat our cookies? Right, let's take away some of this guy's cover. And that should hopefully make shooting them up a bit easier. Although that T-34 seems to have managed, annoyingly, to be slightly problematic. Shot into the side of the turret, yeah. And T110E5 is down. T110E4, why did he have to turn his front this way? God botherations. And we're going to win by cap, apparently. Woohoo! We win. Let's have a lucky shot at the end. Did bugger all damage, but at least it was a win. Oh, sorry, he was the Indian. Oh, was he the Indian? Oh, well, never mind. T-62. I don't own the T-62 Bloodfist. Sorry, I don't have the top tier Soviet medium tanks, and also I'm afraid I'm not going to have the time for any more requests, I don't think. I've got the Jackson, Panzer B2, something Soviet, and KV2 lined up. I don't think I'm going to have much time for any more. Sorry about that. Creepy Monster, how much live stream will I make? I'll be on until about, well, it'll be about another 25 minutes at this point, give or take. Is Panther 88 any good bottom tier? Good question. You've just seen the only bottom tier game I've played in it. Initial impressions? Meh. Doesn't seem that great, but I could be wrong. It's worth a try. Yeah, fair enough. E25, Panther 88 or Panther II. My first impressions, and please bear in mind I've only played 2 games in the Panther 88. My first impressions is that the Panther II is way better. But obviously it's not a premium tank, so there's not quite that comparison. Oh, what a pity that I do not know the language. Goodbye, good luck to all. Goodbye, Bloodfist. I hope you have a good evening. Enjoy. 770 damage. Nothing. I mean, it was a really quick game. If we'd had a little bit more time to work, we might have been able to achieve something more. But as it was, meh. We didn't. So, let's go. Jackson was next on the list. M36 Jackson. This is the Tier 6 American turreted tank destroyer. Well, one of 2 Tier 6 American turreted tank destroyers. This is the one that is not the Hellcat. I prefer this to the Hellcat, personally. Tier 7 match, fair enough. And we're back on Winterberg. We're getting the same maps again and again. It'd be nice to have something a little bit different. But, never mind. C'est la vie, eh? C'est la vie. What the hell are we going to do on this? I have no idea. I guess we're going to try and work the field and see if we can put shots down the central road in the town towards the capture circle, I suppose. Oh, there's a TOG on the enemy team. Always nice to see an XP pinata over there. Always nice to see. Don't get me wrong, I love my TOG. But I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I think it's a particularly good tank, because it ain't. And it's got a lot of health and no armour, so you can quite happily farm it for XP. That's probably got me spotted. I don't have 6th Sense on this tank, but more than likely I am now spotted. And there is artillery in this game. What artillery is it? Griller! Dangerous artillery. Well, all artillery is dangerous, potentially, but you know what I mean. Griller is quite a nasty one. Jagdpanther back there, and whatever that is. Oh, there's the TOG. Why would you take a TOG to an open field? That's just asking for trouble. Oh well. Jackson! Nah, no shot on the Crommy. Makes me a bit sad. Although if these guys are all just going to careen out and allow me to shoot them, I mean, that would be lovely. Pretty please? Pretty please with sugar icing on top. Ah, you make me sad. I can't really afford to be cheeky here. It's a bit annoying. And am I just wasting my time here, or is anyone actually going to poke out and try and kill our comet? Probably wasting my time, because we do actually have a bunch of tanks to hold them back. So, that being said, let's try something a little different. Is the KV-85's going to give it a go? They are edging. Oh no, they're around the other corner. Oh, my mistake. So they're not even going to push into the comet. Oh. That makes me a bit sad then. Okay, Oni could though. Oh dear. Huh, AMX just got smacked. And they're pushing on the town as well. This is interesting. Still haven't actually done anything yet, which is a little bit sad. Have a punt. I think that was a rock, but got plenty of ammunition. Okay, the Oni is getting worked over anyway, so let's see if we can do something about. Oh no, the Oni is coming around. Oh no, no! I thought he wasn't. God damn it! I think. Oh, he missed. Oh, and he's dead. Everyone's just dying around me. I've not got any time to do anything. I come over here and suddenly everyone on the thingy has died. Oh, that was a bounce, of course it was. I mean, what is this? And I get slammed by the AMX, who is trundling really slowly. Maybe he's got a dead engine or something. And suddenly I'm in a garbage position. What is this? Okay. This is going to be a terrible game, apparently, in the Jackson. Yeah. Guess I shouldn't have come into the town. My bad. So I'm going to scum it up to deal with this situation, or to attempt to deal with this situation. There's a very good chance this isn't going to work. But we need this guy to die. I can't stop him shooting me. I can, however, make him regret that. There we go. And we can still win this. I just really need the Tog and the Jagdpanther to not shoot me. Yeah, we're not getting into the dodgeball film. Okay. There is the aforementioned Tog. There is the aforementioned... No. Jagdpanther is down. Hey, assistance damage. Oh, god damn it. Seriously? Yeah, but I wasn't exposing much of my tank. Ugh. Never mind. Never mind. So that was a pretty terrible game in the Jackson. I'm a little Ruinberged out, I must admit. I get Ruinberg an awful lot. Well, I do at the moment. But there we go. Never mind. Right. That was the Jackson. Next up is the Panzer B2. This is a Seal Clubber's wet dream. In your opinion, what is the best money-making machine? One of the Tier 8 premiums. But, I mean, pretty much any of the Tier 8 premiums, with the exception of the T-54 prototype does not make a good amount of money, as a general rule of thumb. And yay, the Jackson game was a win. Hurrah, even though I didn't play particularly well and still came fourth on my team somehow. Because reasons, I don't know. But basically you pick a Tier 8, if you want a good moneymaker, you pick a Tier 8 premium tank that matches the tanks you're grinding, basically. Pretty much any of them are good money makers. So this is a tank I got from, some of you may remember, Cartoon Villain from the forum. He decided to leave the game, and as he did so, he had a spare code for this thing, so he gave it to me. Never taunt a Tog? Yeah, apparently not. This thing is basically a Char B1, but with one very important difference. It gets monumentally preferential matchmaking, so that it is always top tier. I know, Russian bias, right? Oh wait, this is a German tank. And that turns the thoroughly uninspiring Char B1, if you're willing to fire a little bit of premium as well, into a seal clubbing monster. This thing, if you actually look up my stats on this thing, you'll notice my win rate isn't very good. Despite the fact that I kill multiple tanks and do way more damage than I take, or than I, kill lots of tanks each time I die. But, what are you going to do with teams sometimes? Right. Tier 4 match. Of course it's a Tier 4 match. It's always a Tier 4 match in this thing. And onwards to glory. Apologies for not getting around to do platoons today. It's just one of those. If I've got garbage teams, I'm not really interested in platooning, if I am honest with you. So I prefer to just solo it and grit my teeth through it. And ultimately you just do your best, and you hope that that's enough to swing the game in your favour. And sometimes it will be, and sometimes it won't be. Just depends. So, here we go. We're in a Tier 4 match, like I said, and obviously. Whoever's firing that gun, I wish they'd stop. Also, that's monumentally idiotic, because all you end up doing is A, potentially shooting your own team, hello, but also, sorry, also you just reveal your position to the bad guys. I mean, all you're going to do by pulling the trigger is get yourself spotted. Not necessarily the brightest idea I've ever heard, but there we go, some people aren't necessarily the brightest snowflakes in the world. Oh, but Chip, that's game mechanics, and new players won't know game mechanics. What else did they think was going to happen after firing their gun? Did they think the magical, mystical pixies weren't going to spot them? I mean, it's a dirty, great big gun. Oh, he's using the 25-pounder. Oh, man after my own heart. And he's actually firing... God damn it. That was AP. He actually penetrated me. Where did he pen? With the AP on that? Fair enough. The 25-pounder's armor-piercing penetration, it's about 70 or something. I mean, it can go through my armor, but I was angled. I didn't think it was going to. Oh well, never mind. Hetzer, Largo, scoreline's 2-6, by the way. And while this thing is an incredible seal clubber, I've already lost a good chunk of my health to a jammy Electo, who penned me with AP. So what are you going to do, eh? What are you going to do? Let's see if we can take out this Largo and even the scores up just a little bit. The gun on this thing is terrible. There we go, he's dead. Load the Prem for the Hetzer and try and deal with this Hetzer, because Hetzers are nasty. Hetzer versus Hetzer. Please place your bets now. (5-7) scoreline isn't so bad. 6-7. Oh god, not another tank destroyer. This gun is good enough that it can actually bounce on that weak point on the sow. There we go, put some shots into him. If I go around the other way... Haha, sucks to be you! Don't want to get artillery, don't want to get artillery, don't want to get artillery. Right, that was a heat round from the Hetzer, which has more penetration than the aforementioned AP round from the Electo. But it's the Electo that penetrates me in the... Hey, if it's going to be one way round or the other, that's the way round I would prefer it. So sure, whatever, I guess. Let's just take advantage of that weak spot. That's why the Somu SAU 40 is garbage, or one of the reasons it's a terrible tank. What's left? BT7 over there. Our Valentine II should be able to kill him. So, hopefully. Sav M43. Let's see what we can do to him. They just killed our LTP. Panzer 38T as well. That's one of the Czechoslovakian tanks in the German tech tree. Go figure. The enemy also have a Panzer B2. Oh, yay. That's something to be wary of. Let's try and cross this ground. This might get me killed, but I think we need to close the distance. And the enemy Panzer B2 is over by that Valentine. Oh dear. This could be awkward. Oh dear. Okay. Hopefully I'm not going to get artilleried for this, but it's entirely possible. There goes our Valentine. I mean, he should have been able to fight off the BT7, but a BT7 and a Panzer B2? Yeah, it was going to be difficult. The fact that they still have their Panzer B2 and it looks like he has a lot of health remaining means that I don't think we're going to win this. But we'll give it a go. And it's the best we can do. There's the Sav. Oh, come on, Chip. Shoot straight, for goodness sake. There's the Panzer 38. Need to kill this TD before he kills us. Really needed that to actually do damage. There we go. Didn't want to take that damage from him, but what are you going to do? And there goes the artillery. Just as I was turning. There we go, that's the Panzer B2. It's an incredibly good machine, but you do still have to carry the scrubs. Sorry, but yeah. So, looks like 653 damage, 350 damage blocked by our armor, 2 kills. That's actually one of the worst games I've had in the Panzer B2. But, there we go. Mr. ACBC, I haven't got the time to take any more requests. If you tune in next time I do a stream, which I don't know exactly when that's going to be, it's probably going to be a few weeks off, to be honest. If you catch me then I'll happily play the mouse. The only is I had the Russian Tier 8 premium and I was disappointed. Which one? There are many Russian Tier 8 premiums. Bogdan. I have a horrible time playing this tank because its gun is crap. Make sure you take premium ammunition with you. You don't have to spam it all the time, but use it when you need to. Is the Panzer B2 a premium? Yes, and you can't buy it in the gift shop anymore. It's pretty much a Sharby one, but with much better matchmaking. The gun is basically the same as the Sharby one if you go and have a look at it. There are some small differences, but nothing huge. Gold ammo is a legal cheat for me. If it's legal, it's not a cheat. Pretty much by definition. I know what you're saying. You think it's unfair, but those two things are a contradiction in terms. Whatever. If it's legal, then by its very definition, it is not a cheat. You can't have it both ways. It's one or the other. And that's the thing you have to accept. If it's a cheat, then it's illegal. And if it's not legal, then it's a cheat within the context of the game. That's it. There's no middle ground. There's no legal cheats or something. There might be things that are legal that you or that are allowed in the game that you think shouldn't be. That's fair enough. And I can see your point there. Ooh, radio operator gets a new skill. Hurrah! Wait, this is my mouse crew. Let's just shove it back in the mouse before I decide what skill I'm going to give it, because it might be they have he has a slightly different set of skills he can take. Let's go for... Oh, okay, on a mouse, what am I going to take? Relaying, signal boosting, call for vengeance, firefighting, or concealment. Let's go for call for vengeance, screw it. I'm running out of good skills for him to take. So that was the Panzer B2. Next up is something Soviet. Alright. Something Soviet. Something Soviet. Let's try the KV4. Most games are a Panzer B2 in like this, but then again, you had a much easier lineup than I normally do. Yeah, often, I don't know if it's actually part of the matchmaking, but you generally seem to be matched against an enemy Panzer B2 where possible in the Panzer B2, in my experience. And often there are Matildas and things like that around, yes. So that's where you need the premium ammunition and take a good supply of it. And Bogdan, yeah, the T-54 Mod 1 is, is not a particularly good moneymaker because the gun sucks, so you end up firing some APCR. And it doesn't have view range, so you struggle to get credits from spotting things. I'm going to put a review up of the T-54 Mod 1 in the not too distant future. I've got the material for it. I'm not impressed by the machine. Not at all. Not in terms of its ability within the game, nor in terms of its ability to make credits. I think there are far better choices, personally. I will check chat if I can get my words out again just after this game and catch up on a couple of things that I know I've missed. So I'm not ignoring you. I will go and double check. So I imagine I will have this game, then I'll have a game in the KV2, and that'll be about it for today. And I probably won't be able to stream again in a while. What I try and do is average about one stream a month, which may not sound like a lot, but because of... If you're a teacher, what you find you end up doing, certainly in the UK, is you are paid between the hours of about 8:30 and 3:30. But, oh, that T-29's screwed. But if you want to actually do your job well, I mean, I get into school at 7 in the morning. I leave work at 6 in the evening, and that's only because the school opens at 7, oh, God's sake, and closes at 6. And I often do work at home or over the weekend, so I genuinely don't usually actually have the time to stream. So I try and average once a month, but what it seems to have been lately, well, since I've been trying that, what it seems to have ended up being is nothing happens during term time, and then when I've got a half-term holiday or Easter holiday like I've got at the moment, I do some streams to I do some streams then. So what may well happen is the next one, I might be able to do one on the Maybank holiday or something, depending on how much other work I've got going on. Or it might have to wait until about 6 weeks' time when we've got the half term. Well, this is awkward, because I'd really like to push down that valley, but they've clearly got stuff in the background, and they've got artillery, and there's a VKB coming down the alley. And in a head-on fight, KV-4 loses to a VKB. KV-4, by the way, is not a particularly good tank, just in case anyone was wondering. It's more Russian bias, yeah, except it's really not, because it sucks. It does make me giggle that people love throwing around the word Russian, or the term Russian bias. Certainly on the EU servers, whilst casually ignoring all those instances in which it doesn't actually apply or work. And, well, yeah, sure. I'm sure you think the game is biased towards the Russians if you ignore every instance to the contrary. But what are you going to do, eh? So, put a shot into the Jagdpanther. Lorraine wants me. Lorraine can bounce on me. What I really want, I don't know why we've got an IS and our VKB just sitting at B6. They're going to lose this game for us, unfortunately. Because what you need to do is to have pushed down the 9 and 0 lines on Derpenberg, cleared that out, and then you can go back and defend your base. But if we haven't been able to clear out the 9 and 0 lines because we haven't physically got the tanks to do it, then, well, yeah, that's awkward. Nice shot, Jagdpanther, and there's the artillery. And I'm tracked here. And that's another track, and I'm probably dead. There we go. So, yeah, this was... Someone suggested playing a Soviet tank because it'll be easy mode. I chose the KV-4 knowing it's a bad tank. Soviet tanks are not just plain easy mode. Some of them are bad. KV-4 is an example of that, in my opinion. Best way to learn English. Do I hate artillery? No. I am very much looking forward to them getting rebalanced, though. I don't hate them. I just think that that they're bad to play against at the moment and bad to play as. You don't pay for the game? It's fair enough. I didn't pay for anything towards this game for a very long time. And I haven't put anywhere near as much money into this game as many people have, but I've put a little bit in. I played the game a long time and thought, I'm getting so much out of it, I don't begrudge giving the developers a bit of money. That seems only fair. Best way to fear the Lee. In a Panzer. No, concealment is a must for a mouse. Yeah, mouse. Why not firefighting? Because on its own, a single crew member with firefighting is not going to achieve a great deal of much. And I have never, ever been set on fire in the mouse. And I've got a fire extinguisher if that does happen. It'll be my next skill to take. But yeah. I stopped playing the game also, to be honest. I'm just waiting for the new patch to see if the new matchmaker is worth my time. I'll be honest with you. Throughout all the time I've played World of Tanks, there has never been a particular moment, or I can't... what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, if you enjoy the game, then most of the changes they make patch on patch isn't going to change that. If you find the game frustrating, the changes they make patch on patch aren't really going to change that. They are changing the matchmaking. Great. Do you know what's going to happen once the new matchmaker rolls out in patch 9.18? People are still going to be complaining that it's rigged against them. You know, I went and played Armoured... So, a lot of people wanted World of Tanks to have skill-based matchmaking. And then they'd stop complaining about the matchmaker. I went over and played Armoured Warfare, where they have skill-based matchmaking, and people were still complaining about the matchmaker all the time. Ultimately, people don't want... They don't want something that's fair. They want something that's rigged in their favour. And if they can't do that, then they complain about it. Some people. Some people. I actually think the matchmaking in this game, there is a lot of room for improvement, yes. But it's way better than it is in some other games. Way, way better. Would you like to do... If I could do YouTube full-time, I would. But I can't at the moment. Nowhere near enough money to make it work. This is the assault game mode. Yes, so in answer to your question, Creepy Monster, Mac covers it. It's an assault game, so the attacking team has to come over and get your base. You just have to defend it for 10 minutes. Around my first 100 games in the Tiger P, about 90% of the time I was over-tiered by most tanks, by 2. Being a heavy tank at bottom rank sucks. Being a heavy tank at bottom rank does suck. In the nicest possible way, the one thing I would say is most people, when they say, for example, 90% of the time this happens, when you actually look at what actually happened, it wasn't 90% of the time. People have a very skewed perspective of what's actually going on. Just reading a few more comments before I play the KV2. I'd have been tempted to go west with the KV4 just because of the gun depression. I can understand that, but in my experience on that map on Assault, going west is a death sentence. So I'd have just died and not achieved a lot. That feeling when you call your phone the HTC Vive. What's downgrade for the KV4 you think was that the right place to go to? I don't think there was a good place to go to with the KV4 on that map. What I was hoping for was that in that position we just needed more tanks on that flank. We needed to push down and clear out the bad guys and then go back to our base, but we didn't have the tanks on our flank to do it. They were sitting at B6 wasting their time, and we can't really do much then. The gun depression for the KV4 is garbage, so that was not a position particularly well suited for it, but sometime I play with T150 and its battle tier 8, I hate that. KV5, right, people complaining about the T150 in a tier 8 game. KV5 gets the same gun, and that is a tier 8 tank, okay? This gun is fine in tier 8 matches. It's not great, but you have good enough pen and good enough alpha damage that you can do okay in tier 8 matches, even with the T150. Still better than Call for Vengeance. Maybe, but I thought I'd try it out. I've never had a tank with Call for Vengeance before, so screw it. New Matchmaker, it was bottom tier more often, possibly. Armoured Warfare gave up on Skilled Matchmaker. That's because it was a load of trash and didn't work. A tank 2 tiers higher is still a tank 2 tiers higher, even if it's being driven by a noob. True. Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting it to be a good skill to have on the mouse. Please don't get me wrong, and I'm not really recommending that you take that skill on the mouse, Call for Vengeance. But I've never used it before, and I thought it might be amusing, and there's not exactly a great deal more to give my radio operator. Who cares about signal range? He's got the view range one, he's got repairs, he's got brothers in arms. That's about it. So it was either that or the firefighting one. And the firefighting one will be the next one I take, even though I've never been set on fire in the mouse. So meh. And I've never physically seen a mouse. In my 27,000 battles played, I have never seen a mouse on fire. Ever. So yeah. I didn't think firefighting was a particularly great pick either, but it's all good. Speaking of bottom tier games, for our last game of this stream, we are in the KV2, in a tier 8 match. As you can see, I load my KV2 up with nothing other than good old-fashioned 152mm high explosive, and I use the M10 howitzer because why on earth wouldn't you? We have some heavy tanks. I'm going to go and fight it out on heavy tank corner. Screw it. Because I don't want to snipe in this tank. If you're using the T150's gun on this thing, you're doing it wrong unless you're just grinding. Because that gun can be used on the T150, and it's better on the T150, and the T150 actually has some armour. So the only reason to play the KV2 is this monstrous derp gun. And it is hilarious. It is so much fun. Tier 8s need to be scared of you. I know someone who, and I'm not recommending you fail platoon by the way, but I know someone who fail platooned up into a tier 10 match and got highest damage in the match. Carried the game. Just by derping people with his KV2. It wasn't clever, but it was funny. Are any heavy tanks actually coming up over here with me? Or their heavy tanks have gone elsewhere. They do have an artillery piece though, so we do need to be a little bit careful. But I might be able to get flanking shots on a Tiger P, which at the very least would be funny. And hopefully, I'm not going to get burted to death. Because, well, that would be a bit sad. They do have a lot of tank destroyers though, which is slightly worrisome. Well, let's go and see what we can do. Now, I shouldn't go anywhere alone. But I can't really see what's going to be round here. I mean, Tiger P, but our M appears to be pushing on him. And if I can shoot this guy in the side, I can potentially penetrate that guy. That would be funny. And KV2 is all about the lols. So, oh, yes, Daddy. Come on. No, okay, that was a bad turn of phrase, but whatever. Pew! Oh, not a penetration. I probably exploded on his tracks or something, but whatever. Yep. Screw you, mate. I'm not going to hang around here because I think I'm going to outstay my welcome pretty quickly. That was very unlikely to penetrate, to be fair. I'm just happy to have hit and done some damage. FCM is moving towards our base, which is slightly concerning. Although we are 4-2 up. Yeah, nuts to it. Let's see if this Tiger P wants any more. I've been spotted, so screw this, no. I don't know who's seen me. The KV2 is incredibly short-sighted. And I'm really concerned that none of our team, despite having the... not really the medium tank advantage, is it? We have the heavy tank advantage. Despite this, no one seems to have gone up onto the fieldy area or anything like that. Everyone seems to be sitting in this town, which concerns me. Now, I love the KV2, don't get me wrong. Hello, Mr. Scorpion, how are you today? No, don't move backwards. That's not what... Oh, Borsigo! Mistakes were made. Oh, I didn't penetrate. Oh, never mind. Did some damage, and a critical hit. He's going to have those tracks on, unless someone else shoots him. Long before I reload. If he's really stupid, he'll stay there, so I'm going to give this a punt. Nah. Worth a go. 6-8. Yeah, this is why you don't just sit. I've never seen this before. Why would you just sit in this town? You're going to get surrounded, overwhelmed, and killed. I don't... Oh, God, the Tiger P is coming after me. I don't really understand... I'm dead. That's my game over. That's a shame. I don't really understand why you do that. Usually the KV2 does a lot better than this. Unfortunately, I guess even my KV2 couldn't do anything against these teams. Just, I don't understand. I don't understand why that would ever be something you would choose to do. It's bewildering to me. I'm probably going to get scorpioned, by the way. But there we go. There's not really much I can do about it. And I'm not really sure where else I would have gone. We never had anywhere to go because our team was all just sitting in this town for some godforsaken reason. Oh, Rectal IKV. I'm dead. There we go. We still managed 700 damage with a garbage team. What is this? Why would you go to the town? There is literally nothing in the town. There is no objective, there is nothing to fight over, there is nothing to do in the town. I've never seen this before. I don't understand. Oh, dear. Well, let's watch the match to its conclusion, I guess. Let's have a look at chat. Yes, there's the event garage on because it's their birthday. What are your thoughts on War Thunder? I think the aerial combat is really good. I think the ground combat is trash. I really need to go back to War Thunder and play the planes again. I've stuck cool on my chaffee. Yeah. Time to go. Why life watching videos on loop forever? Yeah, I know that feeling. Like I said, I enjoy the aerial combat, but I don't enjoy the ground combat. You're right, Mr. ACBC. The KV2 does really want support, but there was nowhere that I could think of to go on that map where I could have support and be effective. The team didn't go anywhere. They just stayed in the town, which means I had nowhere to go, which is a bit annoying. KV2 is one of the few tanks I look out for in Tier 6 matches. If you know where it is, you can get rid of it pretty easily. If he surprises you, that was it. KV2 is relatively easy to actually outplay, but a lot of people don't seem to. Getting hit in the drive sprocket and boom, there goes the optics. Well, for example, I've not played the game in some time, so things might have changed. Stay still for Daddy. I've exploded on his tracks. Yeah, that bad choice of phrasing on my part. These teams, yeah. Glad I'm watching and not playing right now. It's trash. Chipmunk gets to pay for our sins in an Easter themed special, but it's realistic. No, it's not. What I do like about War Thunder are the graphics and the spalling system. Yeah, I mean, the thing that makes me giggle about War Thunder is it's realistic, sure, and then they still have fantasy tanks and planes in there. This isn't realistic. What are you joking about? That's something that does actually annoy me about War Thunder. I don't mind that they have fantasy tanks, but I wish they'd just be honest about it. As in, oh, maybe this isn't the fault of the developers, it's just people's impression. How are you on full health? Anyway, don't talk about War Thunder as if it's realistic. It's not. Is it more realistic than World of Tanks? Okay, yes. In the same way that, you know, I am slightly better at playing tennis than a one-armed man is. I mean, we're still both trash at playing tennis, and War Thunder is still completely unrealistic. So that claim that it's more realistic than World of Tanks, whilst technically true, is utterly meaningless. Historical battles are quite fun, though, especially for aerial combat. I've never done it for ground combat. That was a horrible game from my perspective. And from, well, everyone else's perspective. I mean, this guy, he got right to the end, having done 1100 damage because he spent all game sitting in the town. I don't understand. There's nothing in the town. I don't get it. Why would you go there? It's like the equivalent of being asked or being told that you have to play football at school, and so you decide you're going to be a defender because it allows you to interact less with the game. It's that sort of logic. The difference is, you're not being forced to play World of Tanks. It's a choice. Like I said, yeah, KC, it is... War Thunder is more realistic than World of Tanks, but, again, that doesn't say much. I'm better at playing tennis than a one-armed man, or than most one-armed men. That doesn't mean I'm good at playing tennis. It is a completely unrealistic game. It is just fractionally less unrealistic than World of Tanks. Fractionally. The very fact that you've set up an arena where you have two teams of matched players or matched tanks fighting against each other, that in and of itself is completely unrealistic. So there we go. Anyway, that is as much as I've got time for, so apologies. I can't spend any longer streaming today. The next stream, honestly, I think I'll probably try and get one done for May. Yes, you're right, Casey. I don't expect realism, that's fine. I don't expect realism at all. But therefore, to me, the argument that War Thunder is more realistic is, whilst technically true, also completely meaningless. But anyway, like I said, the next time I stream will maybe the Easter week, maybe the bank holiday Monday weekend. We shall see. I'm not sure. Failing that, it'll probably be about half-term-ish. There might be a surprise stream one weekend. I've no idea, but either way. I hope you guys enjoyed watching me get terrible teams and fail to play the tanks that I was trying to. Had a really good session yesterday and really not so good session today, but these things happen. I guess it all averages out in the end. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. And there were some names in the chat that I haven't seen before, or I don't remember, so thank you for joining us. Thank you very much for turning up, Bogdan. I hope you have a really good evening as well. And I'll catch you another time. When I do a stream, I will try and put up some sort of notification, but that doesn't mean I'll always succeed. Sometimes I'll just do one because it's there, and I can, and I've got the time, and I haven't had a chance to plan it. Anyway, have a really good Easter. Very happy Zombie Jesus Day, everybody. I hope you enjoy it. Don't eat too much chocolate or drink too much. And I will hopefully catch you in some other videos or another stream or something along those lines. Have a really good time doing whatever it is you're doing, and I'll catch you guys later. Ciao, ciao.